All right. Let's see. Let's see. Where am I at? So, ba 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 ba. Let's see. Oh, nested VLC tracks. There we go. I'm just like, where is it? Where's the silly button? Okay, here we go. So where is my thing? Right here. And Corlith. I love to see it. It's so good. Kapra! Heck yeah. So this is muted in the stream, right? Perfect. Let's see. Oh, you're first? Hi, Dusky. Dusky, I hope we're doing great. So that question that I asked you earlier, that has been like my whole day. I spent, not exaggerating, like, I don't know, 2.5 hours on that today. I think I spent a total of like 6. I think I spent a total of like 6 hours on that. My entire tomorrow night, I'm pretty much going to be prepared to just focus on that. You can only imagine, yeah. So context for people in chat. I have talked about some of this publicly. Of course, some of it is going to be private. I'm applying for a security clearance at a job. And essentially what that means is you have to, in incredible detail, talk about the past 10 years of your life. This involves work, this involves places you've lived, it involves schools, it involves references for every single one of those places. So holy jeez, it's a lot. My mom has done this before, and I'm actually gonna have a call with her tomorrow. And we're just going to talk about the process, talk about particular information that I'll need from her. Hi, Derek. Hello. For people who have showed up in my chat so far who don't know Derek, Derek is a wonderful, I loaded up my own stream because I was watching Derek. Derek is a wonderful, B, a cool Blazblue enjoyer, and C, the main focal point for what we're going to be doing tonight. But Jake, Arlo, Praj, hello, how y'all doing? I'm gonna give you a call, Derek, over here. We'll have to play with the audio. I'm using that same link that you gave me, so you should pop up in the lower right. I tried to set it up like it would be on your stream, but if for whatever reason anything's in the right size or audio's not good, we'll play with it, it's fine. Nardo, it's still my birthday. Oh, is that my title? Fuck. Thank you for telling me. I changed everything. I got it all ready, but I didn't change my stream info. Lamau. So yeah, we're going to, you're so right. You're so smart. Oh my gosh. Landfill, hi. I always see you hanging out in Derek's chat. Derek's wonderful, aren't they? Lol, yeah, thank you for telling me. I'm gonna call you over here. Let's see. I'll put just chatting for now, because we will be just chatting. You're a good dragon? I love to be a good dragon. Oh, see, I have Moonring music in the background. I bought the soundtrack, Lamau. Let's see. Oh, yeah, you can put ats. You can put ats in stream titles now. I actually have not played with that recently. There we go. Sobbing, extra good dragon. God, I love Derek's wave. I think it's really cute. Also, you done? Hello. Double Caliph birthday. The thing is, I already got everything that I wanted. Okay, cool. I already got every single thing that I wanted for my birthday, so like I'm chilling. I don't need 2. Who needs 2 birthdays? Not me. No kissing boys later in VR tonight? No, I did so much VR this weekend. Also, Praj, can you teach me your secrets about how to fall asleep in a club world in virality? I don't know how you do that. That's magical. I saw you talking about that earlier in the Setsu stream. I did about 13 hours of VR this past weekend. Whoa! I mean, that's not a lot compared to some people. I have a friend who DM'd me earlier, and they were like, oh yeah, I did a 12-hour day yesterday. Golly gee. Golly gee, I can't imagine. Sobbing. Kissing boys, where do I sign up? Hi, Derek, hello.
Are we working?
We should be working. I see you in the corner right here. Chat, can you tell me how Derek sounds? I can't
hear you for some reason.
Oh, they can't hear me? Oh, it's weird. I see my green popping up in the Discord.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, there we go. I was gonna say, I'm like, it should be working.
I switch devices like all the time, so.
I mean, audio devices are literally the worst thing in existence, and we're all just like in a jail trying to use them. But hi, chat. Look, this is Derek right here. I can point down at them right here on my
Oh,
stream. So Derek
I'll
is a
remember to
cool
stop my stream.
Blazblue enjoyer. That's what they are just up to, warming up. But hi, hello, chat. There they are. Look at them. They're so squirrel shaped. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Blazblue time. Yeah, PJ in chat is also a Blazblue fan.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I know you at least have a handful of fighting game people hanging around your community.
The dragon in the woods, and a squirrel. So I'm gonna do my best to find Derek's tree somewhere around here. That's how I get extra bonus points in the Blazblue matches. I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Yeah. I like this
See-
one, like, dead center.
Ooh, yeah, it's actually really nice. I love the background of here. I can do the thing where I share my screen as well for when we eventually get to it. I could technically share like my my OBS, I guess, but it'll be easier just to share my game screen because that's the most thing you'll be focusing on. Not that we're doing anything yet, I'm just trying to think ahead for the future.
Yeah. Then I actually have my audio, or I have my like music muted already. I don't know if that's probably for the best anyway. So there's not too much like overlapping game sound.
Yeah, I think that's probably good. Mammalian roof destroyer. Can we call a dragon a mammal? Is that where we are? I guess, well, I'd be born under an egg, question mark. I don't know my own lore. Don't worry about it.
Okay, that should be working.
Yeah, I can see your screen right here. That's perfect. Oh, you meant the squirrel? Okay. Well, I was thinking, like, doesn't Kieran want me to destroy their roof? Isn't that what everybody wants from a dragon, Lamau?
We definitely had a moment, like, pretty recently where, like, it was, like, when the seasons were changing and we had, like, random, like, ups and downs with the cold. We thought there was a squirrel living in our walls, and we were like, huh, that's wholesome and cute, and we'll just leave it that way and not tell the landlord. And then we found out it was a rat that was, like, going in and out of the kitchen, so. But,
well,
we took care of it humanely.
Good. I am happy to hear that as somebody who is married to a rat. I appreciate Failwind's reaction to seeing the squirrel in the corner because they're a wolf. Points nose, eyes widen, squirrel.
Oh, right. I still have OBS follow. So I'll just still hear the follows.
That always happens to me. I get jump scared. Like, I'll be working on OBS things just to do whatever as a chore, and I'll just be like, huh, because I'll hear like a follow or a sub and not think it'll be happening. Oh, so Praj, you started hearing somebody's DJ set with your VR crush? Wow. They end up just petting you, making cute noises to lull you to sleep. I love to hear that. That's so cozy. We were talking about a ferality as you were taking a tiny break.
Oh, yeah. How'd that end up going?
I had a ton of fun. So on Friday, I loaded in and I thought, ooh, I have to at least stop by like the lobby world. For people who have not done Ferality, it's kind of split up into a couple of different instances. There is like the lobby, there is a dealer's den, which I can talk more about that if anybody's curious. And then there's like the dance worlds. And I'm like, I'm gonna stop by a lobby, I'm gonna chat with people. But everybody I wanted to see and get to know more intimately were all outside of Ferality, so I just didn't do it. But Saturday, I did like a 6 to 7 hour Ferality session, and that was great. It was just running around the dealer's den, figuring out what I think is cute, what is fun, trying avatars, researching artists for commissions. It was a great time.
It's awesome. I've always been like, when I first heard about like the idea of a VR con, I was like, how do they even set that up? Like, how do they coordinate that?
It's very impressive. Like every single Ferality from a technical sense has been getting better and better. Like they had uncapped instances, quote unquote, yesterday when I was there. Because so normally it's like you see a 30 instance as a cap or a 70, but they also had 150 size instances or 250 size instances. And they actually did not run as horrible as you might expect. I still had 15 frames a second with like 200 people. Oh, so for the scroll thing, Kieran, you had a bunch nesting under the panels. You had someone relocate them, put metal guards up to block that area off. Yeah, sorry, Derek. Kieran's roof, you can't get to.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Ferality's still having the fireworks set up. That's super fun. Helix high. Your poor old PC would explode. Didn't bother going to Ferality because of that. Yeah. It's I had some weird frame issues just going to the dealer's den, but also that does involve like a whole bunch of like unoptimized avatars running around. So I think it was more that than the number of people.
Do the like stands themselves like cause any issues? Like, are people like displaying like their actual stuff that they're trying to send like front and center or sell front and center or like?
Yeah, so it's an interesting setup, and they change the shape of it each time. Like each of the Feralities has a theme. So 2 years ago it was like a superhero themes that had an infinity mall. So each one of the setups was like a tiny little mall store. And this one is like a space desert vibe with Umbra. So they're more like desert canopies, but the structure is the same, where you step on in, everything loads dynamically via an API call. People have like pictures to the left and right of their wares, either the 2D images or like the 3D aspects. If it's a 3D dealer's den, then it has avatars that you can try on as a test. You can even cycle through a couple different ones. Everybody has a video that loads dynamically, probably just from like an unlisted YouTube link, and it just starts playing. And as soon as you leave the booth, it just unloads it. So I think they did their best to make it as performant as possible. It's just a lot.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's for something like that where you're trying to coordinate that many people. Yeah, like shouldn't have to be for the VR supercomputers and nobody else. So.
Ooh, so I'm in the Telegram channel, so I can look at this. They had 21,004 people purchase registration for Ferality. What I think is really cute about Ferality is that it's like advertised inside of VR chat natively, because it is a giant event inside of there. Even if it's furry focused and furry created, the VR chat creators are like, hi, this is the huge thing, just go.
I mean, how can they like ignore it at this
Yeah,
point?
that's very true. 15
Although, I guess
SPS is
big
nauseating.
picture, I wonder what the percentage of like furries are compared to everybody else in VR chat.
I don't know, because like the furries are all I interact with. So to me,
Yeah.
they are 100%, even though I don't think that's true. Also, chat, I haven't done the streamer thing and do the streamer thing. How do I sound in comparison to Derek? I think we're peaking around the same spot, but just let me know if I need to up them or lower myself or anything. Or even lower the music. Oh, Sancho, hi. Imagine you see a bit of it when Sebi was looking around. Derek could be louder. Got it. I know I'm a loud guy.
I don't know.
There we go. Yeah, you're peaking just a little bit higher now, so I think that should be good. And
Okay.
I'm usually really loud when I talk to chat anyway. It's better, good.
1/3 furries, 1/3 anime girls, 1/3 copyright infringership. Yeah, it sounds about right.
You know what? I'm curious. I'm going to Google it. Ferality numbers historical. How would you phrase that? Actually, that worked perfectly. So let's see. How did it grow over time? Looks like there's a WikiFur article about this. The very first one was 2,600. Then it slowly increased. So 2020, it maxed out at 3,000. 2021, it maxed out at 9, so 3 times. 2022 went to 15, almost doubled again. 23 stayed 15, and then 2024 was the 21,000. Woo! So yeah, they are on the uptick.
Do they have to like pay anything to VR chat to host such a big event, or do they just kind of like does VR chat just kind of like take the fact that there's going to be so many people on that day, like?
Well, so I was keeping up
Not
with
like
the
it's a venue,
Telegram
but
chat, like as the
something.
con was happening, and it seems like they were working directly with VR chat to try and like figure out any server issues or big lag. I just always assumed they had a bunch of private server space. I don't know if that's true. I don't know how much they really handle it in the back end, but it's a lot. Also, Paperclip, hi, thing is based for 16 months. Whoa, you're a nerd, just like the emote that you put. I can also go to studio mode and just raise the size of your VTuber so we can both be incredibly large, because that's what I enjoy doing. Aw.
I was about to say right now I'm lore accurate squirrel size, but that's still pretty big for a squirrel.
That's true. That's true. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Now we're comparable size. That's cute. It's probably really good business for them. I 100% imagine so. Like the quote-unquote free advertising they do, like via Twitch.television, everybody talking about it with a word of mouth. The like uncapped instances generate a lot of positive feedback of, oh, VR chat's been making a lot of like really good system updates and backend updates, so that is technically possible now.
Yeah, it's mostly interesting to think about, because you think of a convention and how they normally make their money, and this like isn't that.
Yeah. Also, Plasma, hi, hope you're doing good. Oh, Lupin, you're appreciating dragons. Stop by to say hi and listen when you finish up your workday. Let's go. Yeah, it's only getting bigger. The Nardod Slay. I still love Nardod Slay. Gyojo, I don't think they're here right now. They tease me literally every stream in existence, be it here or Friends or my main stream or whatever. They're like, where's Nardod Chonk? When is it gonna happen? Where's you gonna make a big round dragon? It's on my list. I haven't talked about this in my main stream because I've been busy. I made a literal physical Kanban board, like a Trello board, made with different colored theme post-its of things that I want to do. And one of the colors is Twitch color, and Nardod Chonk is on there. I haven't gotten to it. I'm doing other things like this. What a time to be alive. What a time to get scrungled by Mobus. Also, Ewo Bun, thanks for following. Ewo. That's very fun to say.
Ewo is not only one of my regulars, but also somebody that, like, I think was the first person to, like, just super randomly stumble across me streaming.
Oh, I mean, this is a great transitional topic. Oh my gosh. Chat, hi. Welcome to my sort of informal start to sort of changing how my channel over here works. Backstory for anybody new or anybody who is unaware. This channel was created specifically for me to have a space, me as Kella from Twitch.television, to have a space to kind of do whatever I want with instead of just being incredibly structured. So as soon as I finished playing all the games I wanted to play, I felt like I had to introduce structure. I love structure. I can't help it. So, I wanted to just invite friends onto my stream to talk about things that they are passionate about. And I had a short list in mind, and Derek was on that short list. I think A, Derek's fun. B, Derek is so squirrel. Look at them. Oh my gosh. Watch out for your roofs, though. Do things like Kieran did and get some defenses. But yeah, hey Derek, why don't you introduce yourself to my regular stream chat and just talk about yourself for a second.
Yeah. My name is Derek, DerekSquirreltail, although it doesn't really roll off the tongue, so most people just call me Derek. Yeah, I've been streaming for a little while now. It's something that, like, I don't know, I don't, like, advertise too heavily. I'm not, like, usually doing it for, like, the numbers game or anything. I just kind of have a lot of fun. I started it just as, like, an extension of, I was just kind of doing, like, streams in Discord chats with, like, 2 or 3 friends of mine. And then I was like, oh, I should, like, maybe I should do it on Twitch, and then I can send it to, like, a handful of friends that might not even be in the server, or maybe online friends that, like, because, like, the server I was doing it in was, like, a local friend server, so I could just be like, let me just open it up to everybody. And then I didn't even consider that people would randomly stumble across it, or if they did, I figured it would just be kind of like somebody stumbling in for half a second to talk, and then that'd be kind of it. And then I don't know, eventually I tried to turn it into kind of just like a structured weekly thing for me, and I don't know, it just ended up being really fun.
What kind of stuff do you like to do over there?
Honestly, I hate the term variety streamer because it like doesn't mean anything, even if that's like technically true. I guess the best way I'd describe it is like I've mostly used it as an excuse to just show off games that were like meaningful to me at some point in my life. Whether that's a competitive game like Blazblue that I've spent a ton of time with and just like playing, at the level that I can play at. Whether that's just like childhood games that like struck a chord with me, weird games that nobody knows about but me. That's like one of my favorite things because like I mean with streaming, obviously it's pretty easy for people to find you if it's like a more well-known game. But I think one of my favorite parts of just kind of like more and more people following me is I can just be like, hey, all my regulars, I'm gonna play Afro Samurai for the PS3, a game that nobody has thought about in over 10 years. And um, just like have fun talking about how much I care about the game. I think like for anybody who's familiar with the channels, like two like really big influences for me doing something like that, I would say are like Some Call Me Johnny and Nitro Red. Uh, they're two YouTube channels that just kind of have that same energy. They're just like, a couple of guys, they're not really trying to be like haha funny men. They're just there to be like, hey, this weird game that nobody cares about but me, I want to talk about it, or I want to marathon the whole series, or something like that. And like that introduced me to a ton of games that I care about nowadays. Um, and I don't know, I already kind of liked doing that. Like I like introducing stuff to my friends and stuff like that. And it was just inspiring seeing YouTube channels basically doing something that I eventually I was just kind of like, oh, I can actually just like channel that into this.
Aw, I think it's very fun doing that, like, just finding a weird little game to show off. I usually do it as far as I can tell, like, with the Afro Samurai and, like, the Nier Automata and the other stuff that you play, is like, "I love this game, and you're gonna love it too," slightly threatening, mostly supportive. And,
Yeah.
the way that I tend to like on my streams is to find a game that I think I'll vibe with, experience it completely blind, and then hope people connect with it in the way that I do. And one of my
Yeah,
favorite
that's
memories
fair.
of my stream, which I guess has happened a few times, so not just one, where like I play a game and it's infatuating to me, and somebody in chat says, I have to stop watching. I want to play this. And I say, good, get out of here, leave. Go
That's
experience
awesome.
this in your own way and then come back and tell me about it.
Yeah, I just love the art of games. I guess is mostly what it comes down to. And like exactly like that, like it's just awesome. Like, you know, again, going back to the YouTube channels I was talking about earlier, the perfect example I can think of is that's how I was introduced to Yume Nikki, and like that ended up being kind of like a life-changing game for me. And if I can show off like a random game I care about that ends up like super resonating with somebody like that, like that's awesome.
Heck yeah.
And I'm definitely not like opposed to trying brand new games I never played before, but I definitely do it a lot less than just trying to like, think of old games I can replay. I like doing it with games that like a lot of people maybe don't like or don't have the best reputation, because I can be like, well, this is why I liked it for my own weird reasons that might not, you know, that you might not see in most like numbered reviews for the game or even YouTube reviews for the game where people are a lot more like critical about it. Where I'm like, well, here's what I like about it. I don't know.
Hmm.
Hopefully that like means something to have that perspective on it.
I think it absolutely does. I think that's very fun. I don't think I talked about with you specifically, Derek, but I did go ahead and I made this sheet that I'll post on my little Twitch chat here. I went around and I cataloged like all these old games that I had beaten, all these games I have not
Oh
played and
yeah,
are
you told me
interesting
about
to
this.
me, and like these games I have played and stopped playing for whatever various reasons. And it's sort of just like is acting as a way for me to be like, oh, what do I think is interesting up and coming? What is something that's on the Co-Kora radar? And I like it now because I'll probably redo some of the ratings in the future as my tastes and my wants change. But I was scrolling down this because for all intents and purposes, I have finished Animal Wells, so I have to put that over to beaten. But at the time, it was like a 10. I'm like, oh man, everybody I know is talking about it. Holy frick, like I want to get it on the ground floor. Like
Yeah.
normally I don't play a game until it's out for like a year or 2 years or whatever. I played this game when it was out like less than a month, which is pretty rare for me. But it was a
It
fun,
looks
different
phenomenal. I
experience. Yeah,
I hadn't even heard about it until I mean, unless it only dropped, like, if it was kinda like a shadow drop, I hadn't heard about it at all until it just, like, happened, and I was like, "Whoa." what is this?
So
And
the
then it turned out it was
backstory
a
on
big
that I
deal.
think is interesting because I don't know if you've heard of Video Game Donkey from YouTube, but
I sure have.
yeah, so they started a publishing company for video games, and people gave them a lot of flack for it and made fun of them. They're like, "Go be a YouTube funny man, loser," was essentially the generic reaction that I heard from people. But I don't know how, but they found this individual who has been working on this game for like 7 years, and they said, "Hey, I'll publish it." And then it becomes like a really cool indie success. So I think it's awesome. I think it's very interesting.
Yeah.
It's like a Metroidvania, but more because it has sort of like the Tunic Wild syndrome, which is how my friend likes to talk about it. So like Outer Wilds and Tunic both have gameplay elements, which are you need to experience them blindly for maximum emotional and everything impact. So I think it does have those elements for sure. It also has like ARG style puzzles if those interest you.
Ooh, interesting. How so?
Oh, Akka. Hi, Akka. Oh, you've been here in the background? Yeah, I don't have my regular PureF up, but Past Me did write down where this is. It's like Blue Springs or something like that. Is blue in the title. You see myhouse.wad? So, landfill. It's so funny to me because I feel like I occasionally have a track record of I play a game out of nowhere and it randomly gets an update or a sequel. And I had never played Doom 1993 ever. And on Friday, I'm like, I'm purchasing Doom 1993 so I can get ready to eventually play myhouse.wad. And then like 2 days later, they reveal the new Doom trailer. I'm like, good, I had a hand in this, even though I did nothing.
You're like, shit, we got the $2 we needed.
We're
We can
finally at
finally put out
budget for the
trailer.
premiere.
Also, Highland.
The takes on big mode publishing announcement were very half baked. Yeah, it's like somebody wants to support indie developers with their massive success on a platform. I think it should be seen as a positive thing.
Also, thank you, Helix. I just saw your comment. What?
You were just really, really skeptical. Oh, and I didn't want to call anybody in chat out. That's just like the energy that I saw for people related to Donkey. And like, I don't go on social media too much, so my main source of things were comments from individuals in group chats or YouTube comments, which honestly, I probably should have ignored the latter opinions because they just don't matter ever. Also, Marshman, hi. Thanks for the 3-stream streak. Whoa. I noticed you. Of course I noticed you, Akka. Isn't Vadia just amazing and so cool? And isn't it great just hanging out and chilling on their streams? Ooh, I love doing that. That's a great question from Plasma for you, Derek. When replaying older games again for Twitch, do they resonate with you differently? I'm assuming because like it's a public thing where you're getting like the reaction or feedback from the audience.
Yeah, sometimes it depends on how long it's been. I was just talking about this with a friend the other day, actually, where like there's like a ton of games from my childhood, or even maybe my like younger teenage years, where like I wasn't very media literate or like politically literate or like anything like that. So maybe the stories didn't like hit super hard at the time. So one thing that's always fun about revisiting games now is just like being smarter, I guess, and like being able to think a lot more about like the themes of the story and things like that, and being like, holy shit, this story is way smarter than I thought, or it's exactly as dumb as I thought. So that's always fun, or or even just accepting it for what it is and just kind of being able to like look at the bigger picture of everything a bit more, which sometimes doesn't always pan out. I've definitely played some games where like I was really excited to revisit them and then was kind of surprised at how much I didn't like them again. But it'd be like that. But yeah, in general, I've definitely had there's a lot of games where like it's fun introducing them to new people, and then it's also really fun seeing the people who are super passionate about the game coming in to help, or like just generally vibe with the game itself. And that can definitely add like a more social element to a game that was like never social to begin with.
I super agree with that last point because I feel like that's the reason that I stuck with Twitch.television before the social aspect kicked in. Because like the first game that I streamed on Twitch.television was Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. It was one of those games at the time where I had started a few times. I never made it through for just no good reason. Like, it was cool, it was fun, it was interesting. I just gave up. And I'm like, if I have the pressure of an audience, I will finish it. And I feel like it was a great stream game just for the sense that at the time, less so now because it has a sequel and there was like the Netflix anime, there's more attention upon it. Like at the time when I streamed it 4 years ago, it was more quote unquote niche, which I think really helped out because that meant random passionate people are like, holy shit, you're actually playing this game. I'm going to help you. I'm going to be in your chat. I'm going to be so active. And it was very motivating for me because like I think it's a common pattern when starting Twitch is when you very first start, you get a lot of like attention and affection from friends. And then once it becomes consistent, it sort of goes down a little. So having an extra influx of people who are into this niche experience stopping by was very motivating.
Yeah, and that's basically like how things kind of started to pick up for me. Like I was talking about earlier, Ewo, who followed you earlier, like it came across me playing Yume Nikki and was just passionate about the fact that people were playing it because it just kind of hits that sweet spot of like, you know, having that super passionate fan base that like not every game has. Like I've definitely been able to feel out a lot of the games that I play, like where they kind of fall on like a tier list of does anybody on the internet actually care about this game?
Yeah.
And Yume Nikki is one of those games where whenever I stream it, a ton of people swing by just because a lot of people just think that game is really cool. And it's a very like emotion driven, like not combat, you know, a very low key kind of game that's probably just relaxing for a lot of people to watch too. And they probably like seeing people's first experience with it or just, you know, talking about their favorite things about it. And Blazblue is also kind of a game like that, where like it's a fighting game that has a pretty perfect size when it comes to like you're not gonna get like you play Street Fighter 6 on stream, you're all the way at like the bottom of the list if you only have so many viewers starting out. And then there are plenty of fighting games that have like basically no scene at all. And BlazBlue is that perfect in between where like you go in the online lobbies and there's probably at least like, you know, 3 to 8 live at any point, and you go on Twitch and there's probably like 1 to 4 streams, maybe even a tournament that's live. So like you're really not too lost in the shuffle with it, and a lot of cool people end up swinging by.
Dude, catch up on chat a little. Oh no, yeah.
Oh, sure. Oh, I was just gonna say the only time so far that I've actually met somebody that I didn't know that was just a Twitch viewer was somebody that came by my BlazBlue streams, and then there was like a local big tournament that I went to. Just kind of I'll probably get into it later on, but like my roommate is like really involved in like running local fighting game stuff in general, but also like really pushed to make BlazBlue kind of a thing. And somebody who came to my streams before ended up coming to one of those tournaments, and they were like, "Squirreltail?" I was like, "Oh shit, me, little old me in the wild."
I remember you telling me that story, and I remembered as you were talking about it. That's so cool.
It was very surreal.
Yeah, Helix on the whole donkey thing. When a guy just says, I'm going to publish games that are only good, people are skeptical, but then they did it. It was just a good game. Right. Yeah, I'll have to get Doom 2 at some point. Like, so Doom 1 is spread into like 4 episodes, and I played episode 1. So I'm still incredibly baby. I cheated on whatever the middle difficulty of the 5 is, because I had no idea what to expect. It could be a fun thing to do on stream. I haven't decided what I'll like do next aside from more Aiding Chronicles. Oh yeah, Tej, you're the villain who makes use of Jade to revisit games. I think it's really cute that you quote unquote bully your partner to like play this other stuff with you. It's really adorable. Oh, you got the bad ending initially as a kid in a game you replayed, Kieran. As an adult, you saw how thick the hints were that you were being the bad guy. I love that.
One of my favorite things that happened to me like that was, what was it? Sonic 3D Blast was a game that I could like barely wrap my head around as a kid. And it almost like scared me to replay it once I was older, and I was like kind of going on like an old Sonic game marathon. And I think I beat that game without getting hit because there's not that many enemies in the game. So there's not that many, like, it's like a weird game to control, but I think I just wrapped my head around it pretty quick. And like from there, it like wasn't even a little bit complicated, and I was like, oh, I just had a little kid brain. I see.
Dragon's Dogma was the type of game where a bit of backseating helps a fuck ton. I agree because like I haven't tried out 2, but Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen is incredibly interesting and fascinating, and it has a hot, sexy dragon that literally steals your heart in the first 10 minutes of gameplay. So there's a lot of things that to like about it, but it is very janky still, so to have like a little extra guidance to make sure that you have a better experience than you could have otherwise is really nice.
Yeah, I remember playing a little bit of that game when it first came out, but I never ended up owning it myself. I don't think. I think one of my friends got it and was like, had a bit of a phase with it because it is a weird, cool game.
Yeah. Shout out when
I think
people play the games I like. Yeah, Ewo, it's so funny because like I've streamed a lot of like quote unquote smaller games, like even in the indie space, there's like the more popular ones, and I have done some of those, including One Shot. When I played One Shot, I had
One
so
Shot
many
is so
people
good.
stop by and are like, I love this game so much. I will be here for your entire whole stream of it and then leave and never come back, which is very valid because like that is what they want. They want to see these games they are really emotionally connected with and just, popcorn emoji, just completely absorb it all.
Yeah, I think the biggest experience that I've had with that so far was one of the games I played like completely blind. Like it wasn't me replaying a game. Was I played Perfect Dark for the first time
Oh, yeah.
because it got like a PC recompilation, and I was like, oh, that's cool. That sounds like a good excuse to finally play it. And I genuinely think I had a much better experience with that game streaming it because that game is weird and confusing, and I honestly love getting hints from chat. I think it was a much more fun way to get guidance on the game than like looking up a guide online for a lot of it.
Yeah, Twitch chat can really just help make games more fascinating and fun, like especially games that have a lot of downtime. Being able to say, "Oh wow, hey chat, how's it going?" helps so much. Like I streamed, so when I first started, it was Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. Then I did Breath of Fire 3, which I still really like, but it's kind of like a slower pace PS1 JRPG. And I did like Suikoden 1 and Suikoden 2. And anything that's like a longer paced JRPG is gonna have the fluff of battles, is gonna have walking around trying to like figure out puzzles or find characters or whatever. So having the chat there is so fun.
Oh, that's honestly so fair. I've been like, I don't know if I've been super tempted to go like all in on like a normal RPG before, but like in the back of my head, there's always like do I want to play Mother 3 at some point? Do I want to play like a Pokemon game at some point? And I never really considered like chat filling the dead air a little bit.
I think it's they're really good for that. Like especially when you're playing games that have like an interactive dialogue experience where the characters are voicing. You can just be there and be like blah 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 blah, and like you have a tiny break. It's really nice. I had one Xenoblade Chronicles where it's like it's movie time, disappear. And I enjoyed that. And then like chat responds and you talk about it afterwards. Like you're sort of analyzing the tiny essay. I like the energy.
It took me a while, like the first time that like I haven't done like a ton of like just showing off a game for the really good story. There has definitely been a handful of times where I played through a game for that reason. And I do remember when I first played I played through the Mega Man Zero games because those are
Oh
another
yeah.
game where I think the story is like a pretty big part of them. And I realized that I realized how much I was using voice acting as like a crutch for the storytelling. And I realized in retrospect I probably should have like read off the dialogue more and stuff.
I feel like a weirdo because I really love reading dialogue on streams. So when games voice it, I'm like, what do I do with myself? Like Aiden Chronicles and Xenoblade Chronicles, like all those games have voice acting, which is very fun, very positive. But I like doing the silly voices. I want to create the back and forth and the emotional tension on my own. So Dragon's Dogma 2 is really like that. It's almost as confounding as how much it replicates the mistakes of the first game. Like it was like loyal to a fault. That's the phrase.
There's not voice acting. It's very good teleprompter practice. Yeah, that's basically how it feels.
Mm-hmm.
I ended up caving when I was streaming Nier because there are sizable parts of that game where they're just like, actually, we're a novel now, and we are literally a black screen with text. And I was like, I'm not just gonna not say anything for all this. I'll try and read it.
Yeah. Woof. So there's this fascinating game called Kentucky Route Zero that I think honestly could have just been released as a novel and still would have been like a good experience because it has that level of text. But the visuals and the occasional quote unquote music scene add so much to it, it's worth it. But as when I streamed it, I was like a smaller streamer at the time. And holy gosh, like my poor tongue was dry for like half of the stream. It was still great though. I still enjoyed the experience, even if it was hard to read all that much. Jovi, hope you're good and cozy. Rago and Poppin sent me photos of cool virality moments. I hope you had a great time during that. Oh, so with Disco Elysium, I have tried that game only once so far. I bounced off for one incredibly specific reason where I got stuck and couldn't figure out how to progress, and then the only way I could think to progress was to make an NPC that I liked cry, and I'm like, well, I guess I'll never play this game again. I'm hurting their feelings and I like them. It's over. I have to leave. So maybe I'll try again at some point. And there's probably a different way to progress. I just couldn't figure it out. Oh, you're so cozy right now. You freaking love virality. I'm happy for you. I hope you're recovering well as well. And also, I've never seen somebody get slurped as hard as you got slurped. So Jovi was like laying down, looking all cozy in virality behind like a dealer's den tent. And our mutual friend Soren comes up and makes the wettest slurping sounds, is the only verb I could think to describe it, all over Jovi. It was like they were an anteater going deep in every one of their orifices with a very wet tongue. It was fascinating from afar. I hope you survived. Oh, Road Warden. I feel like I've heard of that game. It might have been one of those games I looked up and wishlisted. I'm gonna look it up right now. Road Warden. Oh, I have heard of this game, yeah. Soren was vicious. They were. You were a target. Hi, Faywin. Hi, hope you're doing well.
I actually just remembered they did actually release Nier as a novel.
Oh, they did?
Which I don't understand how. Like, I feel like when I think of like games that specifically work, or like stories that specifically work because it's games as an art form, I think of Nier. So I have no idea what the novelization of something like that would be like.
I don't know. I wonder if it's just like extra behind the scenes or between the scenes, and that's kind of how it's justified, where you need like that first-hand experience with the game, and then you can experience the novel, or I don't know.
Yeah, from what I understand, like Nier Automata got an anime pretty recently, and I've been meaning to get around to it. And from what I understand, that's exactly what they do. Where like maybe at least again, I haven't seen it, so I don't know exactly how it pans out. But I'm pretty sure it's like at first you're like, oh yeah, it's the Nier Automata anime, and then eventually it just completely derails into its own story, where you're like, oh, never mind, it's its own story, which is probably for the best because that's again kind of weird to even go about trying to you know retell a game like that in anime form. You might as well just go all in on something like that.
That's exactly what Yoko Taro would do.
Yeah,
it does feel on brand. Oh, I was talking with friends at Virality about like the concept of fursuiting at a convention that's not a furry con. And like, not even talking about social norms or people who think it's weird or anything, but just for the fact that there are not headless lounges at traditional conventions like Comic Cons or anime cons, or if they are, they're less popular. But somebody in response to that said, well, yeah, Yoko Taro still goes to cons with their head on. So I don't know if they have like a separate little room just for Yoko Taro to cool down and get hydrated, but I'd like to imagine that's true.
I know that he makes a really big deal about not having his face seen. I actually found out pretty recently, like there's like a super interesting old, like I think even before Automata came out, he had like a GDC conference. And I found out very recently that I guess it was actually taken off of YouTube by his request because it shows his face in part of it. But somebody re-uploaded it and respectfully censored his face, so hopefully that stays up.
Oh, that's perfect. I appreciate that. That's cute. So we talked back and forth about a lot of different styles of games that we both like. What makes you excited about Blazblue?
So, in general, for the better part of the past gosh, 15 years. Honestly, just
Oh.
kind of my whole life. I've just kind of had like a bit of a history with fighting games. Which, early childhood just kind of started with Smash Bros. Like I played the original. That was like the friend go-to game to play. All the way up kind of until Brawl came out. It was just kind of like that. And I want to say that Brawl was the first game that I like, it was like me and one friend, and we just played nonstop like all summer. But in a way where we kind of slowly but surely developed like the competitive sensibilities without even realizing it. Like we didn't know anything about the competitive scene. We just kind of got more and more into it. So that was kind of like, the fighting game seed being planted. Later down the line, I found out about BlazBlue because a friend of mine was playing it on their PSP Go in class, if you remember what that is. And I was just like, oh, that looks kind of neat. And then I think I saw it like hanging around, like it was at the time, at least like the first 2 games, I think, were on the 360 and the PS3, and I had a 360 at the time. So when I saw it at GameStop or whatever, I was like, oh, I could actually finally try that game. And it kind of like, each entry, I ended up kind of having more and more exposure to what it meant to like actually play a fighting game, where the first one didn't really give you any tools to work with, and I was just kind of hitting buttons. The second game on is where they introduced like the combo trials and stuff,
Oh.
and I was like, oh, you can actually like string stuff together if you kind of learn how to do this. And that's when I at least started playing them like a little bit more. Like, like playing online and stuff, even though I still very much so didn't know a lot of like fundamentals with fighting games.
So did
And
those older
then
games still have the traditional anime system of like the Gatling or whatever it's called, like the ABC?
yeah, like while I couldn't list all the changes off the top of my head, for the most part, every single game feels like fundamentally very similar to each other. Like it's all using the same sprite work. A lot of the system mechanics are like maybe not exactly the same, but they're in like a different form. Like all of the games have bursts, even if they handle the bursts a little bit differently, like stuff like that. So they're very iterative games, where at least as far as like the gameplay itself goes. And then with Smash, I started getting into it actually competitively because like me and my friend that I played Brawl with were like, oh, let's actually go to a tournament, and we did better than we expected. And then I made friends with a bunch of competitive people, and then like years and years go on, and just suddenly I'm a competitive fighting game person now because they're just really fun. We have a lot of like really good communities around here for it, and I just have a lot of fun learning them in general. And BlazBlue specifically, I started to get way more into when the lockdown started, because I am roommates with somebody who is very, very good and important to the local scene. Where he basically just bullied me on like a lot of fundamental stuff until I got better. As far as like, anything that could be punished, he was very quick to be able to punish it in game. Um, and it made me realize just like how deep the game could get. And he's still somebody that I actually don't even do that well against. But it just taught me so much about how interesting 2D fighters are, and just how much there is to learn and how fun they are to move around. And I've definitely branched out to other fighters since. Obviously, Arc System Works has a bunch of different fighting games. I've spent some time with Guilty Gear, or Strive specifically, and I do like it a lot. But ultimately, I don't know. BlazBlue is the one that I always gravitate towards. It's a game. It just balances its mechanics really well and has a lot of very fun movement to it, which I feel like a lot of 2D fighters aren't great at, and that might be a holdover from Smash. Because Smash is like the logical extreme of like movement in fighting game, where it's like arguably to some a little too flexible at times, which is obviously the appeal of it, but it can get kind of intense. And with anime fighting games in general, they tend to be a lot more movement heavy. Like for a really long time, I wasn't interested in stuff like Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, like that kind of like more grounded fighting games, because I was like, the moving around is like half of how I have fun with it. Street Fighter 6 eventually convinced me otherwise, though. Street Fighter 6 is a really fun game. And maybe it's just because I found a character that's, flexible in ways that I find fun. Because, like, that flexibility is just something that I have a lot of fun with in Blazblue. And, I don't know. Like I said, I think a lot of it is just, like, all the little, like, system mechanics and stuff in Blazblue just come together in, like, a really perfect way that, like, I can't help but, like, hold other fighting games up to a standard for. Even Strive, there's, like, especially with how similar they are in a lot of ways, I'm just like, I just kind of like the way Blazblue handled it. Like, this, that, or the other mechanic a little bit more.
I have a friend, since you mentioned Strive, who like,
Yeah.
so I know them as like a big old nerd, like they like puzzle games and logic games and literally just talking about math and philosophy. And then they randomly sent me a message of like, Kelif, I saw like a leverless controller on sale and I bought it. I'm like, oh, I didn't think you would be interested. I thought this was on the opposite end of like your palette of things that you enjoy. I guess to be fair, they do enjoy like platform fighters. I joined a Discord call and they were like doing Rivals 2 and talking about what they liked
Oh,
about
nice.
Rivals 1. So I guess it could be a logical extension, like you were talking about doing the same transition yourself. And it was very funny to me because they are wholesomely unfamiliar with the concept of quote unquote more traditional fighters. Where I was
Yeah.
watching them play like Ram and then like another friend who's very early in Guilty Gear on their journey as well. And I was like, oh, well, that move is like negative on block, so you should do something about it. And they're like, Kelif, I don't know what that means. And I'm like, yes, I have to take a step backwards in this learning journey. And it's very cute because like all of those core concepts apply to Smash as well as regular fighting games, but the communities approach them differently. And like the logic has to be presented in a different way for it to make sense in that environment, which I think is interesting.
Yeah, Smash is honestly like a phenomenal starting place for fighting game. Like, if like, as far as like, it's a game that very much teaches a lot of fundamentals in a way that's like way more approachable in some ways, even if it teaches them in weird ways. Like, you know, especially a lot of the newer games. Like at the lower levels, you can get away with really not like doing much for combos or doing like really simple combos. So you don't have to worry so much about like what your moves are doing. You can just kind of like slowly learn like, okay, what's the safest move? What's the best thing to do at different distances? What's some cheesy stuff I can figure out? Because it's very easy to be cheesy in Smash. And it is definitely a super real thing that like people coming to other fighting games from Smash will definitely have like a certain way that they handle like fighting game fundamentals that like are noticeable to people who are like with that. Like, I obviously speaking on my own experience of like coming to Blazblue, like my roommate being like just calling me out, just being like, "Oh yeah, that is absolutely like Smash movement that you're doing. You were moving around so much, like just like that kind of thing." Like, or like, I don't know, just the way you learn the games are just so different that like sometimes it's not necessarily a bad thing that you bring that over to another game. Obviously, sometimes it is, because that's just not how things work between games. But like sometimes it can be good to like have this weird other fundamental knowledge to kind of build off of, and it can in some ways make you a little bit more unique to the people who are used to fighting, only people from the scene.
I like your comment, Tej. Morto Bato Gamers playing Ram. Let's go. I haven't seen them use that super yet, but I really want them to because it's so fast.
Smash Bros. Ferris will jump a lot more. Yeah, guilty. Yeah,
hmm
I like jumpy characters.
I mean, I was watching
And
you play
again,
Hibiki before you rated in. I'm like, oh, they're jumping, cross up, dashing, woof.
and yeah, I think that's why like the anime fighters were a more natural step for me, because they're still very, very movement based in a way that like is cool. I don't know. it's it's cool having it handled so differently too, where like there's still like a lot of space around the screen, and BlazBlue does it in a cool way where like the characters are kind of insane, in a way that like I don't think bullet hell's the right term for it, but just very like people can fill up the screen in extremely weird ways, and it's
True.
very, very fun to work around like every single character in that game.
What's that one plus art character that plays pool and just shoots them all over the screen?
Oh my god, he's like Whenever he comes to Strive, I might end up playing it more. He's like one of my favorite characters. Like for as little as I've messed around with the older Guilty Gear games, Venom is his name. I absolutely
Ah,
love him.
oh, good night, you done. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for hanging out. Do you ever just want to kiss a dragon? Every single moment of my life, Thunder. Also, Digi, so nice to see you, Digi. Hope you're doing great. I don't know if you ever tried Blazblue, Dizzy. So Digi, my friend in chat, Derek, at
Mhm.
FWA, I played Marvel vs. Capcom 2 on a real
Oh,
cab
you
with
told me
them.
about that.
That was fun. I know they're into like Fighter Z and oh, Elfelt. They drew their persona as Elfelt recently, which is
Oh,
very cute. Oh, you don't have anyone to play Strive with you. I know there's definitely a bunch of furries out there. How to find them and how to make them all play at the same time, I don't know how to answer that question. Blazblue looks cool, you
also
need to
hype
try
effort.
it. If you like MVC2, you'll probably like MVC3. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that at the convention. I've never tried MVC3. I had very technically tried MVC2 before because I was one of those children who grew up with a Dreamcast, so it was available.
I feel like the tag fighters are something that I need to give like another fair shake. Maybe even just the Blazblue one. Because like my experience with them in the past, like I feel like there's something that I like about them in theory, but they're just like so insane.
Yeah.
Um, that I'm almost like, okay, maybe reel things back like a little bit.
Are you starting to play it more, Digi? Let's go. I actually started playing Street Fighter 6 recently. So, well, recently again. I played it when it came out, took a long break and came back. But, so I beat Zero Ranger on my main Color stream about a month or two ago, and I feel like it completely rewrote my internal brain chemistry because it reminded me that hardcore experiences that involve incremental learning are actually really cool. Because, like, have you ever experienced Zero Ranger, Derek?
I have not.
So it's a very cool shmup, and it presents its information in a very interesting way. Kind of like how I mentioned Tunic Wild games before, where information is paramount to your experience. I won't talk about how it shapes that one, but suffice it to say, it's a kick-ass shmup that is not too scary for a traditional individual. The main difficulty path, there's an easy version, but the main difficulty path, the more times you die, the more lives you unlock to get through all the stages. Which I think is a very good way to sort of teach people, oh, hey, it's not that you're losing, it's that you have more chances next time. So it's a feel good instead of a feel bad situation.
That's smart.
Oh, Jade and I crossed 100 hours playing Strive together. Yeah, Tej in chat actually has like a nice little crew of people that they play Strive with.
Nice. I played a decent amount, not right when it came out. I have an online friend that I talked to you about the other day. We played a little bit of Strive for the first time in a while, where he was just super passionate about the game, and to be totally honest, I wasn't like super duper Jones about getting into it at first. I was just kind of like, oh, it looks super cool. I'm glad it's getting super popular. And then I listened to Zato's theme, like basically nonstop for a summer straight. And I was like, okay, maybe I want to play Zato specifically.
I feel like the soundtrack of Guilty Gear gets so many people into fighting games, TBQH.
I'm like, so okay with it. I was talking with somebody about that the other day where I'm like, they are very aware that they're like releasing singles like every time they make a new character at the same time. And I love that.
Yeah, it's so good. Have you seen much or tried Slayer yet? Because we were talking about that in chat.
Yes, yeah. When we played, it was like right after Slayer came out, and my friend played a little bit of them, and then it's funny because I haven't played since like most of the DLC characters came out. So I went into like, a few days afterwards, I kind of dabbled in online and stuff, and I was like, oh, cool, I'll play online. I'll get the chance to see more of the DLC characters I haven't seen yet. And just everybody was playing Slayer. It was
Yeah.
it was like a 9-to-1 ratio of people who weren't playing Slayer, and I think only one of those was playing it like a new character that I hadn't played yet.
I still have not like interfaced with Johnny at all, even though they're very cool from afar.
Yeah, he's out of all the characters they've added, I really like him. I mean, I just kind of liked him in the old games. Also, he's just cool. And then Elfelt actually was the character, one of the characters that I did manage to play against, and she seemed really neat.
Testament is really rad. I was responding to Helix in chat. I was a Kai Kisuke main, which I had a fun conversation with a friend where I was just like, do you want to guess my main from Strive? And they were like, they went through like all these galaxy like rabbit holes of like, oh, well, Kelef can't like this because of this specific reason of their character or that or whatever. And it was very cute seeing them trying to unlock the Kelef lore. They thought I played Eno, which I think makes sense because I do enjoy
that's
sort of
fine.
like Rushdown, and I also like slutty red clothes. So it was a great like theoretical choice, but I did play Kai.
But yeah, Zato, like, one, like I said, got obsessed with the theme song, so I was pretty locked in. But two, I mean, one, he's just kind of like the type of character that I like playing as already, or at least one of the types of characters I like playing as already, where I kind of like the being in two places at once feeling, whether that's like
Yeah.
a puppet character or a set play character, that kind of thing. And then also, I did very intentionally want to play somebody that was super different than who I played in Blazblue because of how similar the games are. Like, I wanted there at least to be like some mental disconnect. Like, okay, do not play any kind of rushdown character at all. Your brain will be trying to figure out which pressure you're supposed to be doing. Play the weird guy. Just stick with the weird guy.
I do see a lot of people go through character crises where it's just like, oh, well, in this one game, I like this character a lot, and there's no overlap over here. For games in general, like the game list I linked earlier, I feel like I enjoy 80 to 90% of experiences. So for me, it's more about just getting tied down instead of just running around enjoying it all. But I know a lot of people struggle with that general idea.
Yeah, my philosophy is basically always just to like, you know, obviously the playstyle and stuff matters, but just lean into whoever looks cooler to you.
Yeah.
Like, even like if it's just like a character design thing, like,
Hmm.
again, I know is a pretty good guess because yeah, that is totally somebody that you would have just like naturally leaned into.
Yeah.
And like, if that was enough of your vibe that you were like, holy shit, I love this character's design, and that was what drove you to learn more about them and how they worked, then perfect. That's like that internal drive starting point is like super duper important, even if it's like totally surface level like that. Like, that's why they design them the way that they are. Like,
Yeah.
they're supposed to be like, they are very intentionally built to have an extremely awesome surface level, so you gravitate towards them on the character's like screen. That basically happened to me in Smash too. Like, one of the main characters I play in Smash is Pac-Man, and it was literally because the trailer dropped for him, and I was like, Pac-Man, I love Pac-Man. And then I played as Pac-Man. Like,
That was it. You were sold. Oh yeah, Ikaruga. So I tried, or I guess Ikaruga. Ikaruga I tried like once, and it's fascinating because it has like the two different colors that you switch between. So you, if you're on white, you can't be killed by white bullets in the shmup, or if you're on black, you can't be killed by black. So it's a game of not only
yeah.
avoiding, it's a game of switching for the context. Which I played Record of Lodoss War, Deedlit, and Wonder Labyrinth, which is the full name of the video game. And it takes a
Believe it.
Metroidvania concept, but applies that mechanic to it, where you have to switch colors while you're exploring, which I think is very fun. Oh yeah, Judgment is DLC in Guilty Gear. A few characters you've thought in mind as dogs. Is it all of them? Are they all puppy pilled? I mean, as a dog furry on the internet, I feel like it's one of your duties to make everybody more puppy pilled. Tied down.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I saw Helix earlier said that like Blazblue has more furries, and that is like 100% true. There's
Yeah.
actually like kind of like a meme around in the what's it called? Like in like the local scene, where by just complete coincidence, every single person who picked up the same character that I play was a furry. It's not even a furry character. It was just kind of like another one. Like,
I will pay you money to draw Lupin as Testament. Testament is so hot. I love Testament's look. Ooh, so Landfill is a great question. Are there any dead, forgotten fighting games that you wish got a second life? Like a game you would train for a tournament for?
so my go-to answer for that, because it's probably the most fun that I've ever had playing like a really stupid game that nobody cared about but me, was when Kirby Fighters 2 came out. which for people who don't know is literally 1v1 Kirby. Like, it just plays like Kirby. They balance the powers a little bit, so they're not like totally busted in like a multiplayer environment. But it was like really cool seeing how deep people got in that game. And obviously it didn't last. There is still a Discord for it. Like, there's still a decent amount of people who play. I haven't like interacted with it a ton. But it doesn't have rollback, obviously, because they weren't going to give rollback to Kirby Fighters 2. But I just kind of like love that the game exists and is so weird and unique. And again, I spent at least a little bit of my own time with it to be like, oh, this game is so cool. I like want people to play it just for like the weird, different experience of it all.
Mm-hmm. That's fascinating. Well, I know we've talked for like literally over an hour about stuff. We can continue to do that. I'm still having fun. I don't want it to feel like, oh, well, I wanted to play Blazblue, but all we're doing is talking.
No, you're fine. I meant Blazblue had more furry characters, not players. Yeah, both are true. I think I would not say that I designed myself by any means directly based on the squirrel character that is in Blazblue. But I would definitely be lying if I didn't say it planted some kind of seed of just like liking the animal in furry form a bit more.
The only like kangaroo I can think of is like from Tekken. Street Streets of Rage 4. Streets of Rage 4 is the kangaroo you can play as. And that's pretty cool.
I actually don't think I knew about that. That's cute.
Mm-hmm. You have to like unlock them, but you can play them in like the roguelike mode. So when my friend Enbion and I played, all I did was play the kangaroo. And they're actually really fun.
Of course.
Oh, yeah. So I was on a stream yesterday with my friend Enbion, and we just talked about a whole bunch of different things. I mentioned, I'm like, oh, yeah, my friend Derek's really into Blazblue. And they're like, I want to meet Derek. I miss Blazblue, which was really cute. And they were talking about.
I want to say I've like popped into at least like one of your streams at some point to just kind of chat with like where you guys were both chatting and chatted a little bit. But I don't think we've ever met before.
Mm-hmm. So they were talking about learning Blazblue with a friend and like introducing them to it. So they were the most experienced party there, and they were playing Hakamen, and they were like, I will continue to parry until you learn how to deal with it, and then I'll do something else. And I'm like, that's cute. Because when I fight really, really new people in Strive, like when I got into Strive like a year and a half, 2 years ago, and I was playing with people who had never touched a fighting game, it was like a game of sweeps and throws. It's like, if you can learn how to deal with my sweep or my throw, then I will do literally anything else.
Yeah. That's one of those things that is funny to think back on now that I am like a very competitive player, where like, back when you're a kid, like playground mentality of just kind of like, stop spamming moves. And now like once you start like learning them a bit deeper, you're like, oh, if you're spamming a move, that means it's working, and you should keep doing it until they figure it out. Like basically any match I go against like somebody new and random, I'm just kind of like I pull out all of the super cheesy stuff just to be like, okay, well, this will work. So I'm just gonna keep doing them until they clearly start to figure out what I'm doing. Because there's some stuff that like, I mean, it's probably some stuff that all characters can do, but some stuff that I know with my character that are like just extremely fake in the sense that like they are very easy to deal with if you know even a little bit of what to look out for them. But you can get away with murder if somebody doesn't. So I just keep doing them and getting away with murder until they figure it out.
Oh, they yanked all the main 6 devs for their projects and killed the game. The servers are still up, but no DLC or story. The thing is, like, the core of that game is really, really fun. Like, it has the classic ABC kind of Gatling system, which is always great for quick learning. I played that game for, like, a couple different nights in a Discord with people, and it was great. Like, I know you know Blem, Derek. Blem is was so into that game. Like, we were just in a lobby, and people would come in and be like, oh, shit, Blem's here. Oh, my God, bro. And that was great energy. Hi, Silver. Oh, I love that video landfill. The
Oh
Justin
my
Long
god, you're
MK
gonna
clip.
learn
He fights an
today, kid.
8-year-old by just spamming that one like rocket move and goes, "You're gonna learn today. You're gonna learn today."
Welcome to
Oh,
the real world.
yeah. Yeah, this fighting herds blend so many elements of SF and anime fighters. It's so good. Yeah, I played
Yeah, I never got around. What were you gonna say?
oh, I was just gonna say I played the flying character that does like the fire and like the movie surroundies. That was really really fun.
Ooh, yeah. I played. I want to say when like I never got around to like really playing it with people. Unfortunately, I just kind of like messed around with it a ton, and I like Palm, but also Palm was hard.
If they're spamming a move, you're spamming a mistake.
Yeah. I like that quote. I hadn't heard that before.
So one thing that's frustrating past the beginning and learning of fighting games is what the fuck do I do when I'm in the corner? And the answer for some characters is don't end up in the corner at all cost. Yeah. I mean, some
Yeah.
games have incredibly good replay systems that show the frame data. Like SF6 has such a good like replay and training system. I feel spoiled. Granted, nothing's going to be
Oh
good
yeah.
as Plus R, where you can literally take control of the replay and play it like an alternate reality. It's so fucking cool.
Yeah. I would say like one of the big things that I noticed, like especially in Street Fighter and Strive, where like, in Blazblue I've obviously got like a pretty sizable fundamental already, like going into playing it online and at tournaments and stuff. Uh One of like the biggest pieces of advice that I can give as far as like again, like getting into the corner or even just in general is learn to block.
Yeah.
You just take so much, especially in like anime fighters, you take so much damage for not blocking something that you would be surprised at how long a game goes when you figure out how to block stuff, which is obviously more stressful in the corner. Like that's like why you want somebody, why you want to get somebody in the corner. But like in those games, I could tell that people had like labbed out the game way more than I did, as far as like the combos that they were doing, the way that they were moving around and stuff. But I blocked it all, so I won. Like sometimes it just like actually does matter that much, and you can block in midair in fighting, in anime fighters. That's a good point too, and just another reason that I probably got more attached to them than more grounded fighters for a really long time.
Yeah, I feel like some more quote unquote grounded games feel like Dark Souls, where you commit to an animation, you're like, I fucked up, I fucked up, I fucked up, and you can't
Yeah.
stop it. It's just there.
It's funny how like different jumping is in those games.
Hmm.
Where it feels like like instead of feeling like a normal movement option, it feels like this whole like commitment. It just feels like such a big commitment to do anything jumping related. And I have to like remember that sometimes because I want to just like bounce around all over the place, and then I'm like, I mean, I can do that a little bit as my character, but not this much. Like,
That was continuing on the Guilty Gear analogy, where it's just like, oh, I'll do sweeps and throws, and then I would eventually add DPs in. I'm like, if you jump at me, I will DP you, and you can't stop me.
issue is you're being hit by 50 moves in a row and opening during like one of them and get first. Yeah, no, that's totally fair, and that's one of those things that I think is one of the hardest parts of learning fighting games, honestly, which is that animations are just sometimes animations and the hitboxes that go alongside them are sometimes just goofy,
True.
and it can be like hard to accept that fact a little bit, and like even harder to like try to learn it on the fly, where like sometimes it can just feel like there isn't any openings because you're like, when does this end? That move looked like it should have had an opening at the end.
I
But
felt that
yeah.
frustration too when like you're fighting against a new character and you're like, oh, that move's super negative. I can press a button, and the answer is no. The answer
Yeah.
is no. You're caged in. You got fooled.
Speaking of like kind of like the knowledge checks I was talking about with my character, where I'm like, I'm just gonna keep getting away with murder like this until you do something about it.
Hmm.
I have one move that I do that is like I don't think it's plus on block, but I think it's like borderline even. Um, but it's a move where I like warp directly into somebody's face, like I ninja pose into the ground and then like warp up in their face. And I can get a combo off that all the time because it looks like something that should be super, super punishable, and it's like apparently the opposite. And as soon as I looked at the frame data for it, that was the first thing that came to mind. I was like, I bet I can get away with murder with this.
There's so many strings in Guilty Gear. The solution is to throw them, and you'd never think that. Me, when I first fought Anji, and I'm like, oh, his spin is invincible. There's nothing you can do about it. Oh, you just throw him.
I know Guilty Gear, or not Guilty Gear. Street Fighter 6 has honestly taught me a lot about throwing. I think I think that's been like one of my biggest takeaways from playing it is like how important throws are and how they're not as scary to like mix into things as you'd think they would be.
Yeah, I like the whole idea of the shimmy, where it's like you try and trick somebody into thinking that you're throwing, step back, and then punish them. I never got good at that, but I like the idea.
Yeah.
Hope I'm doing well, Temper. I am. I'm having a great time with my friend Derek here. We're taking a walk around nature, warming up our
Yeah.
leggies and our vocal cords before Blazblue. It makes you think of Tekken's King, the ultimate grapple knowledge character. Wait, you don't just want to like
Honestly,
go around in a ball on the floor and lose 80% of your health?
grapple characters in general are just like a really funny part of fighting games because they just have like the biggest scale of like if you don't know what you're doing, they feel impossible, and if you do know what you're doing, they're usually not great. There's occasionally exceptions to that, but like a lot of the times it's like, oh, so I can just jump around you. I see, and then suddenly it's not hard anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on the game, obviously, but when you don't know what you're doing against that, yeah, you're eating like 80%, and you're like, what was I even supposed to do?
I mean, it's funny you say that, Helix. I literally watched Derek do that in matches before I started the stream.
Oh yeah. My character is like a really cheesy move for that too, where it's just enormous on both sides of you. So you can just
Absolutely.
air dash and like fill up a third of the screen with it.
So, speaking of like fighting games and trying to learn them, as somebody who's been
Mhm.
in this business a while, how would you encourage somebody to get into it? And what is the right mindset that they should have? Because I feel like a lot of the times when I
Mm,
see either friends get into it or I watch streamers, the mindset, at least to me, I think is the biggest crux of failure. Because the fear of
yeah.
failure is really large in a lot of people. It's like, oh, well, if I can't win, what's the point? Because like at the end of the day, we were talking about like the cool factor of the characters. It's about the journey, it's about the knowledge, it's about the fun. And like how do you stay positive? Like what advice would you give people to get into it?
Um, and pretty much just as much as you can, just trying to flip the script on that and remember that losing is learning, which isn't always easy, and I won't pretend that I'm perfect at it either. And I know, for some people that's harder than others, and that is extremely valid. But I think like once you start playing in fighting games, losing and just like even if you don't necessarily always go back in your replays or anything, but just trying to think back on the moments of like, not thinking that anything is cheap. Like, like, oh, why did this happen? This was such like a cheap situation. I couldn't have gotten out of it. You just kind of have to like look back in it and be like, what did I do there? How did I end up there in the first place? Or like if you get into a round with a new character you've never played before and they're doing a ton of overwhelming stuff, it's okay for that to feel overwhelming at first and for you to lose a bunch and to just like keep getting hit by this stuff until you realize how to not get hit by this stuff. Which again, it's totally fair for that to be kind of like a hard thing to get over because like you said, like if you're losing, what's the point? But I think the point is learning and remembering that like whether you win or lose, like arguably there's more to get out of losing a match than there is winning a match.
I think that's very true
Like,
because like I was lurking in a friend's stream yesterday and they happened to talk about fighting games and they didn't see my comment, or if they didn't respond to it. But everybody in the call is like 4 people. We're talking about like, oh, well, there's all these like combo trials. They're impossible. Like nobody can ever do that in matches. It's so discouraging. And I typed in chat like, you can get very far with a super simple combo. Like I
Yeah,
got up to like gold platinum with DJ by like barely knowing anything about Drive Rush. Like it's fine. You can have
yeah.
a
No,
great
that's
time pressing buttons if you know like one or two confirms, or if it's an anime fighter, literally just going A B C D. Like you can go really far with that.
yeah. As long as you like learn your way around the other stuff. Like obviously, eventually you'll hit a point where you're like,
Hmm.
okay, this match could have been 3 interactions instead of, excuse me, 6 interactions.
Yeah.
That would have, oh my gosh, excuse me. That would have won me the match, and this is starting to matter more, and I should probably take it more seriously. But like, but yeah, no, I mean, I think probably one of my weakest parts of how I play is the fact that, uh, like, better combos for my character is hard.
Yeah.
And it's not like I'm doing substantially worse damage. So I've just kind of coasted on doing like the damage that I'm doing right now because it's working and like I can do a lot with it. Uh yeah, the more positive term for that would be bread and butter. That's what
Yeah,
the
true.
community terms it.
You always think about with fighting games as Wolvis, how interesting it would be to see how the game devs play it. I do think that's a fascinating idea too. Like I love those YouTube video style things where it's like dev react to speed run. I want to
Yeah.
see like dev react to combo video on Twitter. Like, oh frick, that works. Oh god. Like I want to see that reaction.
I know it's gotten really, really common, honestly, for a while now to have like a decent amount of competitive players on the dev team, like pretty much constantly like testing stuff. I remember that was like a weirdly surprising part of Smash Ultimate is that they got competitive players on for that, and it's like, oh, okay. I didn't think you guys cared this much.
So Nago is like the ultimate knowledge check character, says Helix, where once you understand the blood meter, the character becomes way less threatening, unless they're good. Any character that has extra resource management, like speaking of Guilty Gear, Happy Chaos is terrifying if somebody knows how to like manage all their resources.
Oh yeah, those are some of like the most fun characters to watch. Though is like you start playing as them, and you're like, it's cool how all this stuff connects, and I can feel how insane it's gonna get when I learn how to actually manage it all. Like I can see like the core in there of like, oh, the more I like figure out how to like weave in and out of this stuff, the more absolutely insane this is.
And I think that's a good way to like make learning fun too. Is like when you get wrecked by a character, it's like, oh man, I want to learn how to do that, as opposed to this
Yeah.
sucks. Because if you learn how to do it, then you can learn the flaws with it. Like I fought my very first Ed in Street Fighter 6 earlier in the week, and like they wrecked me the first match. I somehow like win the second one, and like that was it. It was just one and done. And I'm like, but I wanted to see more. You left. How dare you? I wanted you to beat me up more so I could learn more about you. So then I just went to training mode and played with them instead.
Yeah, my like rank in Guilty Gear always went like so up and down because anytime I played against somebody that was like way better than me, I generally just stuck playing with them. So then I would lose a bunch of matches, and then I would go down floors, and I'd be like,
Yeah.
"Oh yeah, that was my fault." What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, with like the mentality thing. So something that I think is a lot of the reason that I got into fighting games in the first place, and I think might make them more appealing for some people as far as kind of like why they can be extra cool and different for what they are is a lot of competitive games can be really loose because there's a lot of things to blame that isn't you, whether that's like teammates, whether that's like how much information you have at once, like things like that. And I think one of the really cool things about fighting games and why going into them with like the learning mindset is a lot of fun is because short of like not understanding how a specific things work, everything is visible to you at all times. And I think that makes it a lot more fun to learn. Where like you can look back at a replay and it's not too confusing to like see the moment to moment. In the moment to moment of gameplay, it's kind of like you can learn to kind of like read more of everything that's going on at once in a way that like it starts to become very secondhand with time in a way that I think is like just I don't know. I just think it's a lot more fun to learn a game like that. I honestly avoided multiplayer games for the longest time because like I'd see my friends playing something like League and getting like mad at each other, and I'm like,
Hmm.
why would I want to play this with you guys, let alone strangers? But like, uh, fighting game communities can be really good. Obviously, online there's like a lot of people, you know, who can be bad people because they're online and they have the anonymity. But I feel like fighting game communities a lot more than most are also like a lot of the times just very happy to like help people learn.
Yeah.
Like, you'd be surprised just how many times like somebody who's destroying me will just want to keep playing with me. And like, I don't know if they're doing it for their win rate, if they're thinking about it like that. But again, like sometimes facing somebody that's like that much worse than you can be like a little boring. So like,
Hmm.
they've got to be just doing it to help me at that point. Like that's what it at least feels like to me. And that's generally been my experience in person, like playing people in person in tournaments and stuff like that. So I think that's like another big motivating thing is just finding friends to play with, which or communities in general. Obviously, a lot of people don't have the luxury of like a local community. You kind of have to live in like a pretty dense area for that kind of thing. But there's a lot of places online for that stuff, and you can find people who will be cool about it.
I
As
want
an
to catch up on
exception,
chat. This is all fascinating, though.
Yes,
Thank
10
you.
bucks in the hamburgers. Yeah, absolutely.
So, I wonder if playing Getting Over with Bennett Foddy is good mental practice for fighting games. Lamau. I think there is something to be said about like finding out what frustrates you and trying to answer that question. Like, there was a game that I had a frustrating moment with in like the past week or so. And afterwards, I thought, oh, well, that style of puzzle, I think, has these elements that can lead to frustration for me. If I notice it, I should like take a break. And like with fighting
Yeah.
games, it wasn't frustration that got me at the start, it was nerves. It's like I have a hand
Yeah.
warmer right here where like I would literally turn it on, hold it, and I'm like, I will play one Tekken 7 match and my hands will be clamming after it. But it's like that's what I had to do. I had to have like this anxiety ritual to start fighting real human beings, which that was like my sort of like blocker for a little bit when I very first started playing fighting games. Is just like I'm terrified of fighting a real person because I mean anxiety does a lot of weird things, but it's like what if they're
Yeah.
mean? What if they destroy me? What if I hate it? What if it sucks? Like all those stuffs. But like now that I've fought a lot of people online, it's just like that fear is gone, but it took me a little bit.
Yeah. I can definitely feel that. Like, I definitely end up feeling that a lot with, like, a game that I've, like, literally never played before. Like,
Yeah.
I messed around with the combos and stuff, and, like, even somebody who's done a lot of fighting game stuff like I have still gets that feeling to some extent. But, like, I think it helps nowadays too that there's, like, there's a lot of ways you can go about it. You can go full in on a community. You can go just against your friends. Or you can go full like anonymous ranked mode style, where like sure it'll affect your rank or whatever, but like ultimately you can just kind of like play the match, move on. If it sucked, it sucked. And then I mean, a lot of the times, obviously, they kind of like try to match you with people of your skill level, and that helps a lot too. Um, yeah, I don't know. It definitely trying to find like which way is like the most comfortable for you for that stuff is a pretty big part of it. Because I think for me it was just like that. Again, like I said with my Smash story, like I never thought about the idea of going with a tournament, but I was like, Smash buddy, let's see if there's any Smash tournaments nearby. That sounds fun. And like that kind of stuff can help a lot. And I guess actually another thing that I already mentioned earlier when it comes to like motivating fighting game mindset is kind of what I mentioned with the characters, where like there is a lot of what could essentially be called busy work in fighting games when it comes to learning stuff like combos and learning how your moves work and all of that. And it gets so much easier if there's a character that you're passionate about for whatever reason. Like if you're just, if you're going about it like looking at the tier list and picking the top character just because you want to, go into the game with your best odds or something, but you hate the character, then it's gonna feel like homework.
Yeah.
Um, So yeah, even if you look at a tier list and your character looks like the worst character ever, like if they seem like a cool, fun character to you, and that's what's motivating you to learn more things, then you should just stick with that character. Like sometimes it does help to play somebody who's like not too weird, but I mean there are definitely plenty of people who like their only experience with fighting games is playing grapplers because that's just what feels right to their brain, in their hands, and it's like, you know what? You made it happen. Sure.
This way you tell everybody not to learn the B and Bs if you can't do them. Just find an easier way. There's always like a move you can slap and that's not optimal but way easier. I feel like that's what stops people from getting into Tekken because the move list is literally 100+ moves for each character. It's like,
Oh my
cool,
gosh, yeah.
I'll use 3 and go from there, and maybe I'll add a 4 tomorrow.
I feel like what scares me about Tekken is my poor hands. I feel
Yeah.
like I see people move in that game, and they're, like, not taking their hand off of the stick and just constantly moving around, and I can't even imagine what that would do to my thumb.
You feel like the competitive games you enjoy most are 1v1. So like growing up, I like in the 360 era, I was like that sweaty Halo 3 guy of like, I gotta grind my SWAT, 4v4 rank or whatever, or big team battle. Like I was that guy. Like it was all about group content. Were fighting games like the first 1v1 style thing that I ended up enjoying? I think that's probably true, yeah. Oh, yeah,
It's
there are
likely
the
true.
disjointed hitboxes, Lamau.
Oh, yeah.
Those are
No, that's totally
fascinating.
fair. That's one of those things where it's like I get so I again, just kind of thinking back on, like, my childhood with fighting games, I can definitely think of, like, so many moments where I was, like, playing whatever fighting game it was, and I was like, "That totally shoulda hit," or like, "How the heck did that hit me?" And now anytime I'm playing any fighting game nowadays, and I'm like, "Oh, that's a jank hitbox," like,
Yeah.
I think, genuinely, it probably does help having that info going into fighting games, that the way that they design hitboxes are sometimes very strange.
hmm I mean, thank gosh for things like Dust Loop that just pointed out. They're like, hey, this move, this is exactly what it looks like. Or like the mod you gave me that shows the hitboxes. That's super cool.
Yeah, yeah.
I agree with Landfill too. Like, there can be a lot of infighting and team-based comp games from your experience. I feel that even just like watching them on streams, like it could be like a Fortnite team or like a Valorant team or like any of those styles of games where it's just like, oh god, this teammate, if they weren't here, we would have done fine. I honestly
Oh,
like that in
god.
fighting games, the only person you can quote unquote blame is yourself because then it's like, oh, I can learn, like what Derek was saying. It's like, this is more of a task as opposed to a failure.
Yeah, and I think, thankfully, I had a very good experience because I didn't really play shooters until, like, more recent years. And I like, the first one that I really got into, like, trying to, like, play it more sweaty, um, was Halo Infinite when that came out.
hmm
And I played with Landfill and one other friend of mine, that's, like, been on my stream a long time ago and sometimes comes into chat. And kind of like interchangeable fourth member, but like we were all like just so on the same page of like where we were at mentally with the match that I was like, oh, this is why these games are cool. Like, I'm really
hmm
glad that I got to have that experience and not the awful one where we're like blaming each other for stuff,
Yeah.
especially as I was like learning the game. And I definitely had like a funny moment because, like, obviously, again, I was learning the game, so like I was pretty much always behind. KD ratio was always like really bad for a lot of matches. And it was, easy to make self-deprecating jokes about it, where it's like, "Oh, wow, I did good this match. That's how you know they were bad." And one of my friends just like, or yeah, like the other friend that I had kind of regularly on one day was just like, "Have you ever considered that you're actually just getting like good at the game?" And I'm like, "Huh, yeah, I guess I am."
Oh, wow. Yeah. Question from Draco. How does one reconcile an
Yes.
interesting character with a cool moveset, but they're big, dumb jerks in a game, like Jury from Street Fighter?
Yeah. No, that's pretty real. I think it just comes down to how you get like attached to them at the end of the day. Like, as much as it is super valid to get attached to them for all the cool reasons, it's also super valid to get like, to be like, oh, maybe never mind. Like, it is like so okay for it to just all be vibes based.
You played so many fighting games as Helix, and I could practice something that's 100% consistent, and then I can't do it in a match no matter what, no matter how hard I try. I did that when I was like really into Guilty Gear Strive. I'm like, I have this cool combo I can do with Kai. I made it all by myself, and it works. And I never landed it. Like I would try and it would drop and I'd flub. I'm sure if I kept with it, I would have got it once and would have felt great.
The best advice that I could probably give for that, one is just like playing with the same person over and over again to the point where you can get in a flow state with it. Like you just kind of like you're not stressing about too much who's winning, who's losing, because it's just you're just playing out the matches. Two, don't be afraid to just throw matches, like kind of doing the unoptimal thing while you're just trying to learn how to get it in a match at all. Like if you dedicate a match or even a session to like trying to learn how to get that one thing to work, that's like kind of actually okay. Like 'cause again, it's not, who cares if you lose a bunch in the night? Like as long as you're like kind of figuring that out as you go along, it's going to matter way more in the long term whether, you know, as opposed to ignoring that thing that you're trying to learn and doing other things that are like kind of sort of working okay. Um and then I forget where I was going from there.
I find something weirdly attractive about the evil characters. So, like, I started messing around with Ed, and while I have no idea what I'm doing, I haven't even finished my quote unquote placement matches because you were mentioning earlier about just trying out ranked. I like doing that a lot in Street Fighter 6 because it's a very populated game and you can find matches quickly, and it's like, oh, I'll
Yeah,
probably find somebody near me who can press buttons at the same pace that I can press, even if we don't know what we're doing. And if I lose the rank, I'll fight easier people. Losing means I fight more people closer to me, so it's a positive thing. But anyway, tangent. I'm starting to get attached to the idea of Ed, who's kind of like also a piece of shit. They literally do the cool guys don't look at explosions when they win a match. That's their
right.
win animation. And it's just like, oh, this is me motivating the other person to actually try and kick my butt.
Yeah. What was I going to say? God, I completely lost my train of thought on that. I had like more I was going to say on like the. Oh, I remember. Um, when it comes to like trying to like learn the practical things and kind of get them in match, one thing that I've definitely done in the past is just face computers, even if they're bad computers, because it'll give you that like little bit of a push to be like, I'm not just doing this in training mode, even if I'm just rushing it down and like trying to get the move in there. Like if that makes sense, like there's that one extra layer of like, okay, I need to actually think and move around, so I'm not just losing this actual match that we're in. But also the stakes are pretty much zero just because it's like a random computer match, and sometimes that can kind of help connect the dots a little bit more to making it feel a bit more like a real match.
That's the issue for you, says Helix, because my issue is I find it hard to play real people instead of just like, I was like, find real people to play with instead of just randoms online. It is interesting how anxiety manifests in different people because when I was getting into Guilty Gear and like I had a large friend base playing it, I had one
Yeah.
particular friend who found it more anxiety inducing to fight friends because in their head it was a, oh, well, what if like this somehow like makes my relationship different with this person? What if it's less
Mm.
fun? What if I like my anxiety flares up and they think less of me? So like they wanted to fight randos instead of friends. They wanted to get better there before coming on in. But yeah, I don't know. It's just interesting to me to see how it manifests because it's all valid.
Yeah, absolutely.
You much prefer to fight friends. You just get unlucky to find people to fight. I mean, I also prefer to fight friends because it's that camaraderie. Like I was fighting a friend who's objectively smarter and better than me at fighting games. His name is Zord. And I was just like, oh yeah, I'm starting to play SF6 again. And just quietly in the Discord call, they reinstalled it and they're like, do you want to play with me? And I'm like, okay. And they had a couple warm-up matches and then they like threw me to the floor many times as Manon. But like because they were my friend, it was fun. Like we were laughing as I got destroyed and made a bad decision.
I think something that's good too is like, again, I think just something about the way that the fighting game community is wired and the way that they want to help people a lot. Something that I think you'll find with a lot of, I guess I won't speak for literally every single person in the fighting game community, but with how much that people like want to help people learn, a lot of people, if they can tell that there's that skill gap there, or if they're kind of going into a session like with the skill gap kind of being implied, like, like you trying out this new game with a friend of yours or whatever. Um, it's plenty of opportunities to help teach. Like, like be like that person can be a very safe way to learn these things because they can just say them outright. Like, oh hey, every time I'm doing this, this is how you take care of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's just another one of those mentality things though, where like getting into fighting games, you need to not take that the wrong way. Like, it's not like an insult to your intelligence or something to be like, "Oh, you can't figure out how to deal with this? Well, let me just tell you." Like, no, it's like it's all about the information sharing. And like that's like pretty much always a good thing. I love being able to tell people about the stupid stuff my characters do because I don't want people to fall for the stupid stuff. I want to have the better matches with them.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Kurtz. I hope you're doing well. So you spent a long time failing to find anybody to play Strive with. You kind of gave up and stopped playing the game entirely. I think, well, A, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry for you, and B, it's understandable. Like, I've jumped in and out of different games, and when you're there and you're like in the moment and you're with friends, it feels powerful, it feels magical, and then like a week later, everybody's gone, and you're like, who do I play with now? That's happened to me before. I've seen it happen to friends before, and it's a hard thing to balance for sure.
Yeah. I will say, like, again, this is something that is totally a privilege depending on where you live. But definitely try looking into like local scene stuff because usually, depending on the game, and again, that's just another huge advantage Smash has is that there's basically a scene everywhere that there can be for Smash.
True.
Um, see if there's any kind of local scene for it, or maybe even see what you can do to help set it up. Like if you have like a school, you know, like if you're in school, maybe you can like try to like set something up like that. Um, you know, those are the kind of people that are gonna be around for as long as they can, as opposed to being like the friend game of the week. Obviously, that comes with its own social hurdles of going into a group of strangers and being like, "Hi, I want to play this game with you." But I think once you kind of like break into that, you'll realize again that, especially in a local setting where there's no anonymity to hide behind, a lot of people are really nice about fighting games.
You're not a fighting game person, says Wolvez. You think you'd be too afraid to anger a friend? You think that's past trauma talking, though? Depends on who the friend is. Well, I think that's understandable because I was talking about how everybody interfaces with their anxieties differently. There's one time, like, I was in a casual call with like 4 or 5 people, and just like we were talking back and forth. It was a gentle time, and I unknowingly perfected them, and they did not enjoy this in a strong way. And it was like oh, well, hey, like, I'm sorry, I didn't know that would happen, but also it's not a big deal. Like, if you need a second, if you need a breather, it's fine. Like, this is meant to be fun and casual, and if there's anything that we can do to make it more soft for you, just let us know. So, yeah, anxiety flares for different people. Also, Akko,
Yeah.
hi.
It's at least good that there's a lot of different ways to go about it. That hopefully there's, one that everybody can find, but it's obviously not always that easy. I've said the word privilege a decent handful of times tonight because I know I have that when it comes to like how like crazy the local scene that I'm in is when it comes to like basically every game I care about. Um and that's I'm very lucky to have that, and I know that that's not something that everybody has. But that's why I encourage people to, because you might be surprised. Maybe there is something that happens like, downtown and wherever you live. Especially with a game like Strive. That's actually a lot of the reason I was excited that Strive was getting so big. Is like it started getting like smash numbers. And
Ooh.
even just like the local scene sense of like there were just actually that many people that care about the game. That there is finally an anime fighter that's really cool that you can actually find scenes for because enough people care about it.
You saw my face? Great day. Oh my god, Kurtza commented on my face? Amazing day for me. Good early morning. Good morning. I thought I saw you hanging out in Setsu stream earlier. I love chilling there in the morning. That's like I make my coffee. It's actually been enough that I look at my phone in the morning and it says it's time to watch Setsuna. Like I no longer have free will. My phone says you formed a habit. Now you have to watch Setsuna. But also, I love it because I see many people there. Anyway, on your topic, Derek, I've actually never looked at a local scene in Kansas City. I don't know why. I think I should at least like test the waters, like incognito mode. Who's around here? I'm sure there's somebody. I'm sure there's at least one person who's like, please play this game I like. I will talk your ear off about it. Please, please, please. But I never tried yet. One reason you become a really big shut-in is that almost every way meeting people IRL involves big groups you can't stand that. Yeah, and I wonder if there could be like a smaller get-together where it's just like, hey bro, come to my house and play Guilty Gear Strive on the couch with the 3 other lads and not the 40 other lads. I'm unsure. I'm not skilled at like IRL socialization. That's my husband. He does all that for me. The downtown back alley underground fighting games. True, Draco.
Yeah. I guess with fighting games, I'm not too familiar with like the meetup type apps. So I don't know if there's like fighting game stuff that happens on those. Where again, it's a lot more like that, where it's just kind of like instead of being like, here's the tournament where a bare minimum of like 15 people will show up. It's like here's the, you know, let's meet at this place where I rent it out, or where I can rent out the venue for the evening or something, like something a little bit smaller scale like that. But again, I'm not too familiar with like those apps to know if that's like a regular thing that happens on them.
What was that, Ferality? Yes, I spent a total of 13 hours in VR on this weekend, and my legs are tired, so I'm happy to be sitting. But yeah, I also feel very privileged because I have like an audience, so I could be like, oh, who wants to play this one game? And they're like, ooh, me, I know everything about it. I'm like, okay, cool, you hold my hand. So it manifests in a different way for myself. But oh yeah, so when I was on NB on stream yesterday on Sunday, they talked about a thing they did which is really cool, but that they don't have time for anymore, where they did like a fighting game book club, essentially, where they're like, hey, here's this game none of us have played. Let's all agree to take like, here's a week of time. People can put as much or as little in time as they want. And then we all fight each other and tell what we learned. Like, that seems like a great fun time. I
absolutely love that. I love the idea of doing that game, or with that too, with the games that like have like no resources to them.
Mm-hmm.
Like one of the most fun nights that I've had with fighting games was one day where like me and like 4 or 5 of my Smash friends just got together and we played Sonic the Fighters.
Oh yeah.
And it was just so, oh yeah, I definitely told you about that before. It was just kind of like, it was just a really cute night of like a weird game that none of us had played before, none of us had looked into or anything. But like at least a good handful of us in there had like some history with, because it was in like an old Sonic collection for the game.
Here it is.
And I don't know, it was just like a really cute night of us just going like, that's what that does? Oh, you can do this? Like, it's just fun to like learn stuff on the fly with that mindset.
I had to find the link of the documentary you sent me. Yeah, I looked in our DMs. I'm like, I know I can find this immediately.
Yeah, that's something that I've loved that's been happening more and more in recent years, is people have just like randomly started giving the highlights to, like, it's like there'll be like a random game that I don't care, or that like I cared about a ton growing up, but like literally nobody else does, that like has the potential to have a really cool competitive scene. And then someday a random YouTuber will come along and be like, the Sonic the Fighters documentary that has how many views now?
Probably a ton.
Let's see. Yeah, 178K.
Let's go.
And now suddenly 178K people care about Sonic the Fighters, and that's sick. I like, again, even if it's something that I don't end up getting into myself, I just think that's the coolest thing ever. Well, it's not a fighting game. There is like a huge YouTuber whose name I'm forgetting right now, that a game that I grew up with that like nobody cares about but me, or nobody cared about but me, is the game Phantom Dust.
I remember talking to you about that, yeah. Oh, was Discord being mean? Am I losing the volume of my friend Derek? I can try and leave and restart that call. Is there BlazBlue gameplay or just BlazBlue discussion? Well, there's going to be gameplay. I just got distracted. And it has been 2 hours. I'm gonna recall my friend right here because it sounded squeaky. Out, in. Is that working? Can I hear you? Huh? Let me leave a DM here. I do really love that documentary I linked, the Sonic the Fighters one. It's super cool. Gonna run away and cry into the sunset. Why don't you cry into my chest and I hold you when we get closer and it's a friend connection, Kurtza. A short 2-hour just chatting session. That's how it be though. Like it makes sense because normally I just chat for like 45 minutes to 60 minutes, but here we plus the person, so we double the time. It makes sense. You bought a dishwasher? Oh, yeah, those are expensive.
Working now? I think
Yes.
we're working now.
Yes, okay. It was strange from my perspective because I heard you perfectly clear, and then the next sentence you started, it was like a tiny squeak and nothing.
Oh, that's so weird. Maybe my microphone just like unplugged.
And it might just be wonky Discord things too, because that just happens sometimes, I think.
It'd be like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, Phantom Dust mentioned. See, like that's just the people
They're
who grew up
trying
with
to
that game
silence
care
you.
a lot about it. But yeah, no, it's just one of those games that like barely anybody cared about. And Nick Robinson, that's the YouTuber's name, made a video on it with 2.4 million views and immediately made a Discord for the game that blew up with like 1 trillion people. And I was like, holy shit. I had like a 5-second window when this game, because I think the game got like a remake that came to like the Xbox One and PC. And nobody cared about it. So there was like a week or two where like there was people playing online and then never again. And I just always had this feeling in the back of my head like, man, I wish I could play that game again. That was a really cool game to play with people online, but nobody's ever gonna play it again. And then some big YouTuber made a video about it and now it has a healthy competitive scene, and I love that.
That's so good.
Now we just wait for the day it happens with Kirby Fighters 2.
Oh, Tej, are you also a Phantom Dust enjoyer?
Yeah.
The all caps Phantom Dust mention. I'll say your other comment, which I responded to in chat, but I want to read anyway.
Oh, yeah, I should,
the best
share
fighting
that
game
video.
analysis I've seen was from a teacher creating a tier list based on tournaments who ran for students who had no knowledge of Guilty Gear. Love that. Who was
Oh,
the
that's
top?
cute.
Is this a video? Can I watch this?
Where's the video I was just talking about? Oh, there we go. Whoa. I'll share that in chat.
Oh, time to leave this open for later.
I wonder if
The
I've sent you that video before. I don't remember if I did.
I don't remember because I know we talked about the game and you think it's fascinating. I don't remember watching the video. No joke, part of me being excited about streaming with Jade was showing her Phantom Dust. That's adorable.
perfect example of a game that I played with like the full intentions of like nobody cares about this game but me, and that's exactly why I want to stream it and show it to people.
You waited till you had 50 followers so you could prove to others that it was real. So you're on the same vibe. So we talked a bit about like learning and finding games, like your journey and all those sorts of things. What is like your motivating factor? Is it like this character is so cool, I want to improve, I want to do this really long string and it feels great in my hands? Like, what is your reason for getting deeper into a character?
I think part of it is just that I like learning. Like I like figuring, like fighting games are cool because you have like a very strict kit to work with. And again, the game itself isn't like too wacky or flexible like some other genres can be, where like, and like, I don't know, it's very, very fun to learn how to get like faster and faster and faster and be able to do more with stuff. Which is just something that like comes very slowly with time. Like it's not something that you know, it's not something that you should expect to immediately get out of a fighting game, but it's really fun to get more and more of with time. And yeah, I think beyond that, a lot of it definitely is just kind of like I think when it comes to competitive anything, I just like the feeling of like how fighting games make you kind of weave in and out of everything. Like I've messed around with stuff like card games and stuff before, which have a very similar feeling, as weird as that sounds, because they're very much about kind of like the back and forth of making sure that you have everything lined up.
Yeah.
But I think there's just something a lot more fun for me about having it all be like real time, like really having to like figure out your moment to moment, sometimes in ways that are like milliseconds, literally. But again, like it's funny because a lot of those things that you're like, how the hell am I ever going to feel out that timing? And a lot of it just kind of comes down to like a natural flow that you get into with it eventually, where like it doesn't feel like you're even timing it out anymore. It just kind of feels like you're just doing the things you're supposed to do, and that's just a good feeling.
I love this thread in chat. I still think of Fana Dust Story to this day, which is surprising to me because I didn't expect it to have that much of an impact, nor is it super deep. And Tej says when they rated it, when they streamed it, they got rated after a specific cutscene. It was very weird and awkward. I love that.
I bet I know what they're talking about, which is funny. Yeah, no, that game also is like one of my favorite stories and like anything ever. It's just very sad. I recommend it if you want to play another sad game.
I do like sad games. It's true. I don't remember if I told you
Very
this
very
story, Derek.
existential game.
But when
yeah,
I played a number of like very sad or emotional games in a row, and those two games were Firewatch and Amori, which are both very sad for very different reasons. But I played them, and I was still like newer to streaming. I was still fascinated. I would give my husband the play-by-play of everything I did, and I gave him the whole emotional story dump of those two games like one day after another. And in bed, he's like, Kelif, you can't keep doing this to me. These games are so sad. I literally can't listen to all of this day after day. And I'm like, you got it, husband. I'll hold back if it's too emotionally powerful. I won't tell you about it.
That's funny. I never got around to playing Firewatch, but I did play Amori. Amori was really good.
Mm-hmm. Oh, have you ever played In Stars and Time?
I have not.
So, it's a game that, for me at least, had a similar emotional beat to Amori, where like after I finished it, I'm still like, damn. And I just laid on the floor and stayed up at the ceiling. I was like one of those.
Yeah.
But it has like that similar sort of RPG Maker vibe, but the pitch is, imagine an RPG where you start it and all of the characters are already at the end of their adventure. They've already spent a lot of time together. You're like level 50 when you start the game, and all you have to do is just climb the castle, kill the king, that's it. But it's kind of like Groundhog's Day, where if you die, the day starts over. So you have to, all your characters have all this strength, all these powers, all this knowledge, and you have to keep dying in different ways to learn how to get to the end. And then there's also emotions in between there. It's pretty fascinating, I think.
That's cool.
Amori's on your list? Good. Good. I loved Amori. I still stream that when I was not a kangaroo on the internet. I was a PNG dragon. So it was a long time ago. Oh, is it time? Is the 2-hour mark the time where I ask you, hey, who do you play in Blazblue? Why do you think they're cool? And why don't you show us?
Oh, sure, yeah. Let me,
Let's see, I'll have to make sure to watch your stream. Make it full screen. I'm not even ready to show it yet, so feel free to take a second to get ready.
You know what? I will take a second to run to the bathroom.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I do
honestly,
have it
yeah,
on like the
for it.
character select screen and everything, so.
Oh my god, we did it, chat. It took us 2 hours of talking. I had a great time. I love talking to chat. Let's see. So let me go over here and then do this and then do this and then do that. Heck yeah. Let's see. So this is my video game sound. Let's see. I think it'll work out just fine. Gonna get that pre-gaming chat and warm-up in? That's right, Mage Kai. Mage Kai, I saw what you did while I was offline. Thank you. I hope you had a great weekend. You liked Amori? You wish there was half as much combat that was twice as difficult? I think that's a fascinating take. I had a friend finish the game recently, and they DM'd me and they're like, Calif, I really liked it, but I felt like there was a little bit too much fluff that I would want to take out in very specific situations. And I mean, I enjoyed it, I think partially just because I streamed it. So anytime there was like fluff or like a lot of combat, I still had like fascinating things to keep up with. And make us both a little bit smaller. I cast Minify on Derek. There we go. I think that's about the same size that they use on their stream. So that should be good. You do not put enough effort in Central Fiction. You really should, but you're holding out hope for a new game eventually. We can dream. We can dream. I know at least Cyrus, was it Cyrus and Kinji played a little bit of it a while ago? I mean, a while ago. It's probably like 6 to 8 months ago. But I'm curious if anybody else that we both know, PJ, is like into this game.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, welcome back.
Alrighty. Okay, yeah, looks like you got it up.
Yeah.
Nice. So this is the crazy character select screen. It's very anime. Although honestly, it's an anime style that like clicks with me more than most because I've never been like too much of an anime guy. But I just love how like saturated and glowy everything is. I don't know.
Yeah.
Here's the squirrel character that I don't play. Which honestly, almost every single stream that I play this game, a minimum of one person asks me like, "Oh, I thought you'd be playing the squirrel character." And honestly, they play pretty similar to the character that I actually play, but I just kind of like the character that I play a bit more, like gameplay-wise. Which is this guy.
Yeah,
who is
Hibiki.
very unimportant to the story. And I don't know why they added him as a playable character, but I'm happy they did because he's really cool. We'll just pick whoever. Main character. I don't have music on. I'm actually not listening to the screen. I don't know if that matters or if you want me to put the music on.
Oh, it's fine.
Okay.
Like, you can add it if you want. I don't have any other filler in the background.
Okay. Oh yeah, you can even see my input. That's kind of nice. So like I said, very mobile game, which is something that I like a lot about it. Like a lot of like, even just like relative to how much space they take up on the screen. Like you think of Street Fighter and they're taking up like twice as much space. But this game gives you a lot of flexibility to move around. And this character in particular is very fast as far as his like run speed goes and everything. So he's generally a rushdown character. But something else that I particularly like about what he does is that he has like a bit more flexibility than most. Where every character in this game, at the very least, has 2 jumps or 1 jump and an air dash, so you can kind of pick which one you'd rather do as far as mobility goes. My character has that, and then this little hop that he does.
Oh.
And out of that, you can do a bunch of different stuff. You can like dash down to the ground. You can slash on the other side. If I can remember where it is.
I love, you can tell Blazblue is complicated because the training menu has like 5 character specific pages.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my God, it does. Yeah. Like here are all of your different mechanics. Which one? How do you want them to be? Enemy stance. That's what I'm looking for.
Oh, so I saw you do this on stream. So that's air only.
Yeah. So this is air only. It's like I have to commit to the button. You'll see me like my hand reach out like that. The main drawback being that if I don't hit a button, I can act a lot sooner on the ground. If I do hit a button, there's kind of like a little wait there. So this is like one of his best moves for a handful of reasons. It's very good at ending combos. And also if you catch somebody with it, you can do a lot. A universal mechanic in this game that's similar to something that Guilty Gear has is you can, if you have the resources for it, you can cancel moves. So like, you know, normally I have to wait that long, but you press a button, you use 50% of your meter, and then you can do stuff off of it. And you can just keep comboing. So it's very, very dangerous for me to like move that into things. And you can be pretty like goofy with how you kind of space yourself out with the jump. Which I think just something I value a lot, both in my fighting games and in my characters that I play, is like having that kind of like flexibility and like ability to be like tricky. And that extends to his other main gimmick, which basically the way that Blazblue works as a whole is that everybody has A, B, C, and D. And the A, B, C tends to normally be pretty basic moves, like light to heavy. So like A is my light, B is my medium, C is my heavy. D is what they call drive, which is basically everybody's like more unique thing that they do. And mine is sending out these clones, except I can make them actually me if I want.
So I
So
was I
like,
was curious when I saw you were playing this character on your stream. Is it like Chip where the clones have a hitbox and you can get stubbed out, or
so yeah, it's actually funny the way that works. So the clones are technically projectiles. They can be attacked, but attacking them before their hitbox comes out is like pretty tough because their hitbox comes out like once they're like in your face, or they get to the end of the run there. So like if I'm like, they'll just come out kind of like ASAP there. Um, so like they can be broken, but they are projectiles, which does mean that they like act differently. In like some like weird edge case scenarios where like a normal move wouldn't hit, but then the projectile would, which is kind of nice. But more importantly, you can be really annoying.
I saw you use that during your sets while I was watching. It's just like, oh, okay, like, oh, they're gonna go in, and then you pause and you throw the clone out. It seems like a
Yeah,
good way to like mess with people's timing expectations.
yeah, because they have to be like, okay, which one am I committing to, that one being the real one, or am I committing to the air one being the real? And there are good players will see situations where like maybe the same option will cover both. But in general, that doesn't make it any less confusing. And that's a lot of what I like about him. And like his combos string together in really cool ways. So a lot. Actually, perfect example to kind of show what I was talking about with the what's it called? How that airdrop thing is really good. Where like, so like cool, it ends the combo like normal. Did a decent amount of damage. They recovered in the air, and now suddenly I'm doing a whole new combo.
Whoa. And you're even crossing up on the other side. That's sick.
Yeah, no, that the combo when I grab somebody out of the air with that is really cool. Where you like drag them back down. Which, maybe isn't the best to drag him away from the corner in that specific case. But
It's still
yeah,
cool.
it's still cool. This is the move I was talking about earlier that's like absolutely dirty with how enormous it is.
Mhm. Well, and you were doing like you were doing the like
Yeah.
jump air dash crossover hit.
There's not much I can get from it, but it's just like it's so hard to deal with because it just hits everywhere. You could even be running away and there's a good chance it'll still hit you.
It reminds you of that one biking move where they just do the air and there's the giant circle around them everywhere.
Oh yeah. But yeah, I think that's like kind of most of showing off this character. Oh yeah, this is another good example of like the really fake thing I was talking about, or like this
Mhm.
move where you go behind somebody. If you don't know how to deal with this, it can be really annoying, but realistically, it's like not. It's pretty slow.
So is this
So
just
it's one
like
of those.
you block from the opposite direction?
Yeah, it's just you block from the opposite direction, or you even have time to attack me. Like that's how slow it comes out. But it's just such like a visually confusing thing to get used to. But yeah, I don't know. I just love how much he moves around. I love how much he like can just get on the other side of people whenever he feels like it. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I can like throw knives down.
I think it's interesting because one of the things that like from afar that I thought was like not anxiety inducing, just like something I didn't know how to like mentally adjust to with fighting games is like in anime fighters, there tends to be a lot of like air combat and air dashes and air movement. But I imagine you coming from Smash, you're like, oh, well, this is normal. I'm so used to this already.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, no, I mean that was definitely like it's a coincidence that this is the game that I happened to find, but it's definitely a lot of what like kept me attached to it is like, oh, it's a game where I can like keep moving. And there's a lot of fighting games where that is definitely not the case, which
Mhm.
is interesting for its own reasons, but it was definitely something that latched me onto this game. What was another thing I was gonna say? Oh yeah, the supers that he has and stuff. I think so. One thing that I think I really like about this character, which is something you'll see more if we like end up playing against anybody random online or anything like that, is that characters in this game are kind of insane.
Yeah, they
And
sure
this
are.
this character makes this game look normal. Um, and he has a lot of tools that are very well built to deal with how insane a lot of the characters are in this game. Where like a lot of characters have really crazy zoning tools or like ways to move in on people and stuff like that. And like I have pretty basic speed that does a lot for me. But like being able to do things like space myself out in weird, crazy ways with the clones. Or yeah, actually, like that kind of stuff helps me like weave in and out of a lot of crazier attacks that feel like they might be filling up the whole screen because I effectively could have like a double air dash or make it harder to figure out where you have to put that enormous thing on the screen to actually hit me because I'm just annoying to hit. And then I have something like a super like this where, oh, well, that's not it. Oh my god, what's wrong with me? There we go.
Oh,
Trying to zone me out from across the screen. I can just do that.
is that like a they press a button, you freeze time, and then you hit them kind of button?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the same thing, but horizontally. So yeah, I don't know. I think that's a lot of the reason I got attached to him. It's cool playing like a normal character, where in a game like this, that means having a lot of ways to move around all the nonsense in this game.
Yeah, because like I don't know much about all the characters because like there's a lot and I've only seen a little bit, but I know multiple characters have like different magnets that they can use to like pull you or change your positions. So
Oh
it's
yeah,
definitely
yeah,
wild
things
things
get
that I know this
weird.
game can do.
Please select your character.
I'm trying to think of a character that's like easy to show off how insane this game is at times. Oh, this is probably the most visually obvious one.
Well, I know. So the basic idea for her is she has different elements and craft spells. Is that right?
Yep. Yeah, it's basically like from what I understand, like once you kind of get into it, it's not as complicated as it seems, where like your combos are going to kind of pan the same way out every time. But like this is a normal move in this game.
Yeah, that's absurd. I fought like so I did like an arcade mode match yesterday with Terumi, just like press buttons and try and get into a flow state. And her like crouching air move hit me every time.
Yeah. I don't actually know how to do anything as her. But case in point, like in a game with normals like this, you need to be weird. Oh, I didn't necessarily mean to go to the main menu.
Please select your character.
Or I mean, even just the main character, like as kind of another example of how this game goes in directions with you know, if you're a pretty normal character, you got to have something weird to compensate for it. For him, it's just range.
Oh, wow.
What's the move? Yeah, like having stuff like that.
So I imagine they're kind of like your typical Shoto here.
Yeah, this is like, oh, I forget how to follow up on that. Doesn't matter. But yeah, like just if you don't have a lot of movement, you have enormous range, or you're just a weird character in general. Like, yeah, his stuff's pretty basic.
Please select your character.
You know, you're a weird one. I barely even know how to play as this character because he's so like. He's a character that I've always been interested in playing as, but it practically like her learning a whole new game where you're like, oh, look at me, I've got these moves look like they kind of suck. Very short range, weird ways that they move around. Some of them come out kind of slow. It's because he has a grappling hook.
I'm assuming that's their drive.
Yeah, yeah, perfect example of what I mean by like all of his attacks are pretty normal, and then his drive is his super weird thing. The drive. Oh, you know what? Hold on.
Please select your character.
Speaking of the Joker, where is it?
Or the X.
There we go.
That's just in the game.
That's just in the game. That is not a mod.
Play the funny arm guy. Do you mean like Tager, or is there a different funny arm guy?
Trying to think. There's a few funny arm guys. He's a funny arm guy, but I don't know how to really do anything with him.
I've been told that Naoto is cool, but they require micro dashes to learn.
Yes. Yeah, I've heard that he's pretty tough to actually play, but he's again another character. I think his thing is that he can like weave in and out of stuff with like a lot of iframes, and also has like pretty enormous attacks.
Oh, I think that character's from Eunice Marshman, because I think I know what character you're talking about, who literally flails their arms around up and down.
Yeah. Oh wait, I was not picking my character. I was the Joker.
Please select your character.
It's the Joker.
Who is it? Oh, yeah.
Oh, and they're the kitty cat. They're so
And then we
cute.
got the kitty cat. We're like. That's like his main drive. Is I think those like guard crush and stuff. So they're like very oppressive. And then outside of that, he's like pretty normal. Do I know how to do? Oh yeah, he's got a straight up like. I don't know how to follow up on it.
Is that
Pretty
like
sure he's
a-
invulnerable when he does that though, and there's like some way to follow up on it.
Oh, okay.
Where you do like you can like cross up behind them or like do a DP or like all this kind of like small stuff. He's another like semi-basic character.
Please select your character.
Ooh, actually, this is one that I actually do know my way around a little, and also makes
Ooh.
this game look insane.
12.
Yeah, I assume they're a projectile all around the screen style vibe.
Even weirder.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there is a character that's like that. This one sets up satellites that go off
Oh.
automatically if you don't get hit. And if you notice, they're marked 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoop.
Oh my gosh. So they follow the countdown that you place. That's wild.
Yep. And then the last one goes to them. And then they just like move around in like super cool ways. Enormous air moves. Oh, messed it up, but that's okay. Yeah, so characters can just be like so ridiculous and oppressive in this game, and I love it.
I saw you're playing with the puppet character that you just hovered over at the start of your stream. Is that somebody you're trying to learn?
Sort of. So that is basically he's the character that like when I was playing this game more casually, the one that I like really latched onto, and he wasn't even in the game until like the DLC in the second game that came like way
Oh.
later. So like even when I was playing the first game when I like really got attached to it, I like couldn't really find a character that I like super clicked with. And then when he came out, I was like, oh, okay, this is cool. Where the robot is your wife.
Oh, yeah.
He is not a moral character in the story. But basically, it's a puppet character where she like kind of floats behind you like that, and you can kind of just control her like totally independently of where you are. And one thing that's extra cool about him, or like about like the whole like having the wife there, is like a lot of your moves will only connect together so much. Like I don't even know if this combos, like barely does. Like that was like a little something, barely did any damage. You can do like simple punches with her whenever you want. So you can literally
Just really bully them. I'm assuming it's like a Sato vibe where they hit you where they hit it and it goes away and there's a time before it comes back.
Yep, and she can like burn out. Let's see. Come on.
And so she'll eventually run out of her own bar when you use her enough.
Yep. There we go. And then she's just like that, and you see how like the gray on the bottom is like slowly but surely building back up. And while she's like that, I can't do anything with her. And then Yoop. And then she comes back. And you can, like, bring her back to you at any time, too. So, like... And she gets her meter back, like, pretty quick.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, so there's a small delay, and then it's very fast. I have never tried to get good at, like, a puppet character or a set play character. They have always seemed fascinating from afar.
Just super cool to weave in and out of stuff. And I still love the idea of trying to learn them more. Like, now that I know how to play the game, I'm like, oh, I could go back and, like, do stuff with them. That'd be kind of neat. Like...
Yeah, I mean, even that was pretty cool.
This move's honestly fucked up, because if you have to deal with blocking that, like, what the hell am I about to do?
Yeah.
You just kind of have to sit there while it happens.
You don't have, like, a directional parry like in a Street Fighter 6. You just have to, like, hope you're going the right cross-up way.
Yeah. But yeah, no, he was definitely, like... I think what made me realize that, like... And again, I think it kind of plays into, like, how I like my characters to be pretty flexible, where, like, I like the feeling of kind of being in two places at once, whether that's something like set play or something like a second character I can control. And then, yeah, Zato is basically the equivalent of that in Guilty Gear. Just gotta be careful about it.
Yeah, because I imagine it's a feels bad man situation whenever you lose it.
Oh, yeah, because, I mean, if you have it, you can be actually indestructible, like, no way to break through your offenses, but then, yeah. And then he's another character I've been trying to learn lately, where he's, like, one of my favorite characters, like, in the story of the game, and, like, was kind of who I was the most attached to in the first game, like, before I really found a character that I wanted. So I was like, you know what? I'm kind of feeling playing a new character. Maybe I'll try him out.
You're distracted by my guest snack. You know, I did not expect to describe them like that today. So I see they have an ammo counter, and then was it like a chakra gauge?
Yep, he has nails, literally throwing nails. They're basically shurikens, where there's a few different ones you can throw out. This one poisons, which not that you can see right now because the health bar is constantly refilling. But like that does slow damage over time. You can throw that one at the ground that like explodes after. And then you can throw this one that like stuns them, which is basically worthless on its own, but it's really cool in combos. Let's see if I can remember. Whoop.
I think Blazblue Cross Tag Battle has the tank character Marshman. Is it a Kotsky? Whatever game they're from. I think that game has the tank. Oh yeah, you got it.
There we go.
So when like you're learning a character, how much of it is a balance of I'm just gonna play around and do my own thing, and how much is it I'm gonna look up a resource because I don't know what to do yet?
At the very least, I like looking up resources on like some kind of basic start for learning combos, because learning combos can be kind of tough without anything to like latch onto. You need to kind of like know what makes the most sense to throw out there. And like once you kind of have the bread and butter, you'll see in like a lot of fighting games too. Like you don't even need to always start with like the same move for whatever your bread and butter is. Like I could start with this, or I could start with that, or I could start with that. Like a lot of games, and especially anime games, tend to be pretty flexible with that stuff. So like,
yeah, like a lot of things seem to link into other things to give you that flexibility.
Yeah. And to be honest, I have not delved deep enough with the character to have a particularly good understanding of how to make the most of this. But those like marks on the bottom. Wait, which one did I not do? There we go. He has like a super mode that he can go into. Where I don't know how to make the most of it. It seems like it's going to be really fun when I learn how to. Like that's just you moving around. You can't like walk like normal anymore.
Oh, whoa. How in love with you are you with the dash sound that they have, the boing every time that they move?
Honestly, the sound design in general in this game is great. You know, yeah, we'll look at the squirrel with the skin that even kind of looks like me.
So the mark said wind, grove, fire, and mountain, by the way. Oh, thank you.
Oh, yes. Nice. Tail.
I always do think like Fisk style characters are very cool.
Yeah, no, she does have a lot of cool stuff. She's like similar to the character I play, just in the sense of like very mix-up heavy, but like more so a grounded version of it than an air version of it.
So
And I
like,
think
what's her
that's
like fucked up thing? Because it kind of looks like she has like short, stubby range in a lot of her things.
honestly, it's just how fast she is.
Mm. Ooh.
I think you can even like wait.
Yeah, it feels like you can do something there. Oh,
Yeah,
the
a
way
lot
that
of it
their
is
tail gets frizzy when you hit them is very cute, actually.
Yeah, honestly, she doesn't have anything like really specific that's fucked up. She's just like hard to deal with when she gets in your face.
Mm-hmm. This feels like the type of character where like she's on top of me in the corner and I've lost.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
That's very cute.
Optimal throw.
Please select your
Yeah, I never got
character.
around to learning too much with her, but she does have a cool play style, and I feel like eventually I'll have to learn her out of obligation.
How long would you say it takes you to learn a character in the sense that like I feel comfortable and I'll run a set?
um, I guess honestly, like the fact that I started messing around with him pretty recently, I want to say it took me like a day or two of kind of like messing around with combos and stuff like that, and I definitely don't feel anywhere near as comfortable with him as I do with this character.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is the character that I feel like I can really go all out with and like not have to, I'm not thinking too hard about doing the right thing. I'm just kind of playing the game. And,
Mm-hmm.
you know, as opposed to like these characters where I'm like, okay, I got to make sure I'm even remembering what my buttons do sometimes. Like, not that I'm not pretty familiar with all of their buttons, but I'm like, I know I'm not making the most of these things because, anybody who's spent a bit more time with them is doing way more fucked up stuff.
Yeah.
So like there's definitely a line of like, I know I can't take these guys everywhere. But also you play online and there's plenty of people of different skill levels. So it can be, if anything, a good excuse to like tone myself down a bit
Mm-hmm.
without it being literally me not playing the game as much, where I can be like, oh, okay, you know, I could switch to this other character and maybe we'll be a little bit more even and we'll both have a little bit more fun. It's not like I'm suddenly bad at the game, but maybe we'll be a little bit more uneven field where, you know, as opposed to this where I know all the little things and I can screw over somebody who doesn't know how to
Yeah.
deal with it.
I think that's positive because it's not only the sense of, oh, you're taking it easy on me. You're literally using it as an excuse to learn better, which I think is
Yeah,
wonderful.
exactly. But yeah, you said the characters you were looking at were Valkenheim, and you said you like did the combos trials as him a bit.
Yeah, so I did the first 8 or 9 as Terumi, and then I just kind
Oh,
of
nice.
played around and did my own thing.
Yeah, he's a really cool character. I don't know like, a ton specifically to do with him, but his gimmick is cool where like his whole thing is building meter comically fast, where you'll have like 100 meter within like the first few hits of the game, and also stealing meter from the other person.
Oh, is
which
that what
is
that like green snake thing was doing? I only did that
I'm
in like
pretty sure, yeah.
training mode, so I was just like, oh, okay, it's always full because it's always refilling.
Yes, yeah.
So the way
And
I
also,
treat
if
this
you
is
couldn't tell,
Tiege,
this
if I'm more experienced and I practice a bit with the offense and experiment, if I'm way less experienced, this is the time to practice defense. Oh, I like that.
yeah, that's super true. And again, I think that's one of those things where, like, you know, getting a good handle on defense means you can take somebody that you're still learning and kind of do something with them. Like, even if you're not doing the best damage in the world, as long as you can kind of like get your defense in, it means that you're still kind of doing the back and forth that matters.
So in terms of like a quote unquote basic system mechanics, I know there's the attack cancel, I know there's the barrier, I know there's the overdrive, I know there's the you press all 4 buttons in overdrive and do another thing.
Yeah. So let's
DDD Kohaku.
let's go down the list.
I know there's a lot. Like
Yeah.
as I'm sure you're aware of, the tutorials are like, here's a paragraph of everything.
Yeah. The way that so realistically, it's just 2 resources you have to manage. Those little orange dots that are under our heads in the corner and the meter that's on bottom. The orange dot is a few things. It's the burst, if I can. There we go. Notice how it goes away as soon as they hit me with something. Oh shit.
Well, and it's also the overdrive, right? It's like both
Yep.
at the same time.
So yes, exactly. So that's not go away. Yeah, the overdrive is basically it's like a super mode that you have for a little bit that makes your drive stuff better. So like see the speed that goes at?
Oh
Way
wow, yeah.
faster. And there's a few reasons to go into it. One is that the other person can't burst. If you notice while I'm attacking them, there's like an X over it.
Mm.
So you can be like, I know that I'm going to get a combo here. The match is about to end, but you could burst out and make a comeback. Actually, no, you can't.
Oh.
And not that it means anything with the infinite timer in training mode, but if you notice the timer is doing weird stuff, it actually freezes the timer too. So you could theoretically make an absolutely insane play where the match is going to end in 3 seconds and then you freeze the timer and like pull out something clutch at the last second. And it also scales with how much health you have too. So if you notice, like I do it now, what was that, like 4 seconds or something?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I did not know that. That's
Yeah,
a
you get
lot
almost
more
twice as
time.
much.
Holy frick.
And that can make a pretty big difference for like the types of combos you can do and stuff where like this is like my big one. But like if I do something like that, like those don't even connect.
Mm. So it opens up more routes because the frame data has changed.
Yeah. They're usually really fucked up ones.
I mean, from an outsider perspective, it already feels like Blazblue has kick-ass cool long combos, and I imagine the overdrive ones are longer and cooler.
Yeah, I think so. Like my normal one that I kind of do all the time is like oh, I didn't end it the right way. But like that's kind of like the general idea is just
Mm-hmm.
something like that. But I get the overdrive in. Oh, it's because I would have started. That's it. And it just keeps going, and I do way more damage.
That's pretty sick.
And the other thing that plays into that a lot is the meter, obviously, which basically works how it does in every fighting game. You know, use 50 of it to use your supers, which are usually really good. But you can also use it to do the cancels that I was talking about earlier, where as long as your move connects, either with them or with their shield, you can just use 50% of your meter to immediately stop. This is not a good use for it, but you know, theoretically, it means I can like pick up something there.
I actually didn't know you could cancel if they were blocking it. I just assumed it had to connect. But I guess if you do an
Yep.
unsafe move, you could make it safe and then try and mix
That's
them
a
up from
huge
there.
deal. Especially so like with something like mine,
Oh, yeah.
I can literally do an overhead out of it
Oh,
because I'm in
that's
the
so
air a
fucked
little
up.
bit.
Instant overhead with 50 meter. I guess you're
Yep.
spending a resource, so.
Yeah, it's not like you get like a ton out of it, but just to be able to like do something like that safely. And you'll notice people at higher level of play will like very specifically space things out so they're not even blocking it because you can't cancel it if they don't block it. So
Mhm.
but you know that can also cancel. Damn it, I messed it up.
That's still really cool though. So you extend the combo with the overdrive, and then you cancel at the last hit, which would normally end the combo to be able to continue it. Oh,
Continue it
it's I
into a
see.
super because I have 100 meter. So that's like theoretically at least the best thing I know how to do, but it involves having literally all of my resources to spend,
Hmm.
which will probably not happen that often. But it's cool that like the more that I stay on top of like reserving that stuff, the more that leaves me open to be able to do fucked up stuff. And
Yeah.
that's why like the balance of like the burst is really cool because if you burst, that means you can't do your overdrive stuff and vice
Mm.
versa.
Oh, yeah,
So
didn't
you kind of
one of the Guilty Gears was it Xrd that you could like gold burst and get like advantages off of it? I don't know if that's in other games too.
yeah, Guilty Gear does it weird. Where
Yeah.
honestly, I haven't like dug super deep into it myself. Like I basically just did the red bursts, which are basically the same as the cancels in Blazblue.
Hmm.
um, where yeah, there's like a bunch of different ways you can use the burst, but then also the burst is like a different resource altogether, in a weird way. It's just like balanced differently, and that kind of goes into what I was saying, where like Blazblue and Guilty Gear are like obviously cut from the same cloth a little bit, where there's a lot of mechanics that are like very similar. But there's just something about the way that BlazBlue does it that I really like. It all feels very well rounded, especially for like the amount of damage you do and stuff.
Hmm.
And the pacing of matches is just really nice. Guilty
Oh,
Gear is really cool, but it is like intense.
yes.
How like snappy the matches are.
Jubei is so good. Jubei
Oh
is
yeah, Jubei
amazing.
is
I
lovely.
love their vibes. I've seen very cute pictures of them.
Would you believe me if I said that he had an extremely gravelly, like old man voice?
I would not have expected that. Is this true in both English and Japanese?
I believe so.
That's perfect.
Yeah, I'm just hitting buttons now. But yeah, that's kind of like how the resource management works in this game, which is something that I really like about it. I like that you have to pay attention to that stuff pretty nonstop. I think that's one of my favorite parts of like most fighting games that I think are cool. And I think it's something that I kind of started to sour on with Smash as time went on, is that they really don't have anything like that.
Yeah.
And it's just something that I find a lot of fun when fighting games do it right. And that's also something Street Fighter 6 does really well. I really like the resource management in that game,
Hmm. Yeah, I
where
think
like
the
a lot of
drive
stuff.
gauge is fascinating because it can be used in so many different effective ways. The way that
Yeah.
Envion and I were talking about it is it's very cool in the sense of I have to balance a lot in my brain, but also can lead to a lot on your mental stack. But I don't know if that's fully negative because I kind of enjoy the oh whoa anything could happen at any moment, bro.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's something cool. Yeah, I think that's something that's cool about that. Because something I think about a lot with my character, and when you can like kind of tell when people are like learning their way around the matchup more and stuff like that, is like what I was talking about with this super. If you're playing as a zoner that wants to keep your distance,
Hmm.
when you see that I have 50 meter, if you're like in danger of losing the match, you need to respect
Yeah.
that. And I
Yeah, the
that's my
come out of
favorite part
anywhere
of resource
button.
management. Exactly, yeah, like, I think when resource management is, like, cool in a game, it's when, like, the pace just changes a lot because of how many more tools open up, the more that, like, characters or players have to work with. So just something like that, technically speaking, can, like, totally change the pace of a match because suddenly I'm scary over here, and I just think that's cool.
Also, you know what else is cool? Deckies just raided me. Oh my
Oh, thank you
gosh.
for the raid.
What were you doing? Were you playing more swing away golf? Was it more Balatro? Were you just daydreaming about cute cats like Jubei? Tell me all about it. Hi. Also, thank you for the 16-month resub. Whoa. That's so cool.
Please select your character.
It is funny, like, guessing on somebody else's stream and being like, oh, I can't go into streamer mode as much as I normally would. I feel that way whenever, like, I guess on anybody's stream. Like, I'm like, how much of chat should I read? Should I leave, like, all of chat for them? What do I do?
I know. I've been staying like pretty on top of the chat, but we've also been chatting a lot, so I haven't commented on everything like I like usually try to.
Yeah. No, I just think it's a funny streamer thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know Landfill, you also like swing away golf. I didn't know anything about it until I started watching Deckies playing it.
But yeah, that's basically the rundown of at least what I play in this game, and kind of like the general way that like the matches pan out and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a better understanding of I don't know, just why this game is so cool to me. I just love
Yeah.
how much or how well everything is like weaved together with the system mechanics. And I can definitely understand how it's like an intimidating one to get into because of that. Both because of that and because of the long combos, because those are two things that can be weird.
Mm-hmm.
When you're first trying to learn a fighting game is like, oh, first I have to learn a rhythm game. Uh, which is definitely something that Street Fighter has on like a lot of fighting games, is that the combos, excuse me, you can get away with not having too crazy of a combo in that game and
Yeah,
like
oh, and
still be doing a
especially on the
decent amount
character
of damage.
we play, DJ, because it's
Oh
like, oh,
yeah.
what do you do? Standing heavy punch into quarter circle back medium punch? Cool. It's like a
Oh,
third of
it's
their
like
health.
nothing. Breath of fresh air compared to Blazblue combos. But I mean I think the fact that they're long isn't pointless, which I think is like a really cool thing about this game. Like you see somebody has a burst and like every single move that you do is suddenly like a 50-50 on like, oh, maybe I'll actually drop my combo intentionally to get this person to burst to waste it, and then I can kill them afterwards because they're wide open because I blocked their burst.
Hmm.
Or like um again, kind of like I said with the overdrive, where you're like, I need to keep my combos long, so let me go into the overdrive mode.
Oh, you played
Or
Balatro in Burnout 3? So,
oh,
Burnout
nice.
3, I have a very specific memory with where the first time I ever went to go visit like an online friend, I was just like, parents, I'm gonna go drive multiple states away and stay with somebody. And they like, are you insane? And I'm like, no, it's normal. And we played a bunch of Burnout 3. So that's what I always think of as that one online friend that I went to go see. Yoju, I was literally talking about you earlier, where I was just like, there's this chat member who always talks about Nardod Chonk, and I haven't done it yet. So I haven't done a Kelif stream in a second because like life's been busy. But I actually made like a Kanban board on my wall. Imagine like a Trello board filled with multiple different colored post-its for different themes. So there's like life, there's like Twitch stuff, there's like other chores I have to do, and I promise Narda Chonk is on there. I have other things I have to do first, but I put it there. Also, Tarrant, hi. Tarrant, how have you enjoyed your fun, wonderful streams? What is that game like? Wild Myth? Wilderhearth? I don't remember what it's called. Start with a W, where you named characters after funny Twitch.television people.
Okay, we can definitely move on from this character select screen, but I did mean to show this one earlier because you
Oh,
were like,
so
"Oh, I bet this character throws projectiles around everywhere." This character, I don't think they understood how to balance it in the first game
Mhm.
because she literally,
Oh, from the back and everything.
yeah, her combos look insane when they're like actually in motion. I actually don't know how to string it all together, but she can kind of just hit you from like wherever.
Yeah. She makes me think of that one character from Blazblue who has like the bow and arrow and is also kind of like a fucked up zoner. Oh, sorry, yeah.
Please select your character.
What is the name of that? What's the name of it? I have to look it up. Oh, so it's Wildermyth. Wildermyth? Wildermyth? I don't know. I hope it's been really good though. It's fun. I'm looking it up right now. Blue, yeah, not Blazblue, Blue.
Oh, Blue.
My
Okay.
brain was like
I didn't end up
exploding.
getting around to playing a ton of that. Mostly just because I don't know. They came out with like Arc System Works was like on a roll with like a million awesome games in a row, and I was like, I don't even know which. If I was gonna play a new one, I don't even know what direction to go, and they're all cool.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, yeah, I'll just keep playing Blazblue, I guess.
I mean, I think it's really cool that you have a game that you've gotten like this deep into, because I feel like any fighting game that I've dipped my toes in, it's like I played for 2 weeks and it's great, and then I don't go very deep into it. But you're at the stage where you've learned the really nitty gritty things about characters, and I think that's fun.
Yeah, and it's like, I think something that I lucked out with this game is something that I think is really common with a lot of people in Smash. And again, another reason that I think that that's like a really good like starting fighting game for people is if you've played the game a lot casually, when you're going into it competitively, you kind of have like a general idea of what everybody does. And it kind of helps you ground yourself a little bit more and like taking a much deeper dive with it. And because I've just been following the series so long, even just for like the story mode and like playing it casually with friends and stuff, where we weren't playing it with a competitive, like not just not playing it with a competitive mindset, but we didn't even understand like I don't know how combos worked, how to block things, like when you were supposed to do a super, like anything. We were just kind of hitting buttons, which is fair. I mean, that's how most people probably play fighting games, including myself for most of my life. But
Mm-hmm.
having so much experience with all these characters in that context, like once I started playing more competitively, I was like, oh, this is cool. Seeing this all like really play out. And I think a lot of people get that with Smash, where they're like, oh yeah, I know what Mario does, I know what Ness does, I know what Link does. And then you start going deeper and deeper and deeper with you learning your character and you seeing how insane other people get with their characters, but like you still have that baseline knowledge of kind of knowing where to jump off with it, and that can help a lot.
So when you're playing like Hibiki in matches, is there a
Yep.
character where you see somebody select it and you're like, oh no, like I don't know what to do against them?
um I wouldn't say not know what to do against them as much as it is just like they're just hard matchups for me just because their moves are really good against me. Is this one, who is probably the most common character online. I don't know if it's because he's easy to play or because he's really cool. Because he is really cool. Um, but I don't know. His moves are just enormous in a way that like perfectly work around my moves in like a bad matchup way, where like I have to work like twice as hard to figure out where to land just all of my normals, and they're just huge and flail around, and it works. And that's not to say that the people who are playing against me aren't being really skillful about it, but it's just kind of this feeling of like we're just in normal neutral. How do I get in there? And then he's kind of a similar character. Where just like the ways that I usually like to sneak around characters, like he just naturally stuffs out, and it's like hard to deal with. So they just end up being like naturally hard matchups for me in that way. Um, this character is just stupid.
Yeah. In what way?
You know what? Let me actually, because I won't even be able to show it off myself. So his
Mhm.
whole, or actually, I can at least show off like the baseline of it.
Please select your character.
This character is basically stressful to face no matter who you play as.
Yeah.
So he is the weird goopy character. Seems pretty normal so far.
Super
Like,
normal,
weird
yeah.
move. Super normal. His drive, though, if you notice that little meter below, I
Mhm.
hit with a drive move, it fills up. Once it fills up, he gets that like aura around him. Every button I hit sends out a book.
That is so hilarious and unfortunate.
If you know how to coordinate these, there's like nothing you can do against it. You just have to wait
Please select
and
your
hope that you don't
character.
die. So that's basically stressful no matter what.
I love that, actually. That's so messed up.
I wonder. Oh no, because I can't look at. I was gonna say I wonder what like the top trial for him looks like, but I forgot that it doesn't let you look at all of them.
Arakune.
No, yeah, I forgot in this game you have to like unlock them as you go.
Mm-hmm.
I was just gonna let it do like the autoplay and be like, look at this fucked up thing. Actually, I wonder. I
Oh,
recently
yeah, like
started having it.
replay?
Yeah, I was gonna say I wonder if I have like a replay saved against. Wait, does it let me? No.
Oh, it doesn't let you go by character. Deckies, I still love that you go decky. I'm like obsessed with that.
I guess I don't. I only just recently like started having it autosave the replays because I didn't
Mhm.
realize that it wasn't doing that the whole time.
Oh,
So I was
and
just
that
kind of
actually
like,
surprises me.
I think that's it was super smart of them to have that on by default in Guilty Gear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I was watching a fighting game streamer play Plus R, and they were like,
Mhm.
I have games back from like 4 years ago. Let's watch one and see how much I've learned. And it was
Oh, that's really
fantastic.
cool.
I
I
loved
love that.
that. I'm so glad y'all started the decky, because it's fantastic. I love the decky stim, especially with like all the dance emojis in between each decky. It's so good.
But yeah, did you just want to play against each other or?
Well, so I was thinking about it. What do you think we should do for me? Because I am baby. So here's what I'll do. I'll change my screen over to mine for the twitch.tv chat. And
Okay.
I'll actually have like the music here in the background. I'll just mute your stream, but I'll still have it up for
Yeah,
me.
that makes sense.
So should I like try and like learn more about my character? I know. Do you know much about Terumi at all?
You know what? Actually,
Training mode.
let me actually go back to my replays because there's a much higher chance that I have a replay of that character, so you can kind of see them in action a bit more.
Okay.
Terumi.
I'll just set up like a training mode, and you can let me know when I should switch over.
Yeah.
Oh,
Definitely.
actually, I should have asked you what a hot background music track was instead of clicking auto.
Oh.
Oh, chat. So because like Derek knows a lot about this game, they're like, oh, you should install like this mod where you can like do some changing of the settings. So I actually did make a Kangi themed palette for Terumi. So here we go.
You did. Awesome.
I did. I
Hey,
spent
that
some
came out
time
good.
doing that. So has like that gentle pink and the white, which is very fun. Gonna learn today. I'm gonna try landfill. So yeah, like the basic things that I know, of course, you can do like the ABC, and then like you can link the different supers into like that particular move. There's like a couple ones that work. You can do the kicky one.
Yeah.
I know you can do like this one as well. I messed it up. You can do like the longer one. Yeah. It's like, I'm assuming the suck here is where like you steal their energy or like lower it
Yes.
or whatever.
I see a lot of people do that.
Yeah. Yeah, when you have 100 meter, it seems to do a whole heck of a lot. Oh, I see that you're ready to do a replay. You can switch on
I'm
over.
like looking. I don't remember. Wait, does it not show me?
Right. Do.
I'm almost wondering if there's one here of one that I lost against. Can I sort by character? That'd be cool. I don't think I can.
What's the left to right filter? Because they see it says all. What else changes it? Or change filter?
Just favorites.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. I don't remember if this player was amazing, but I can see it might be something in there worth seeing.
Well, I mean, I know training mode, so anything is probably stronger than that.
You know, here we go. Here's one where I played as the character that I'm less good as. Oh, that's cool. They give you like the whole 9 yards there.
Rebel 1. Action.
Oh, they even let me pause it.
Oh, so that's interesting. They hit you away in the air, and then they did down drive to bring you closer to try and continue a combo.
Yeah, that like snake thing where they like bring you in like that is a super cool move.
Because I'd never thought about using it like that. That's interesting because that was the forward A, that was 6A, that like does the auto launch if you hit them.
Yeah. Wants me out of there.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's like an invincible reversal style thing.
Yeah. Oh, yep, overdrive.
Oh.
Not letting him get away with it.
Rebel 2. Action.
Oh, yeah, I don't remember what move that is. Oh, no, yes. Okay. So after they did the kick down, then they could continue it with a quarter circle forward drive. Actually, didn't know that worked.
I assume it's a C move where he does that like huge like green wave like horizontally out from his chest. That seems like a good way to keep space.
Yeah, I think that's just like the default drive, unless I'm thinking of a different one.
I was literally thinking like this first match went so well. How did I lose that bad? And it's because I just jumped around. Oh, yeah, I'm dropping some combos. That move I see people use a lot because I don't think Terumi has any like natural overheads off the ground. So when they're in the air, they do that like green cross looking thing.
Oh, I think that's down down drive in the air. I think that's right. Oh, that's fascinating. They did the overhead attack to like continue the combo there. I think that was 3C into the overhead, but specifically in the corner. Maybe it was after a different hit. It was some sort of knockdown into the overhead.
Oh. I knew the outcome, but it was still hard to watch.
Yeah, I'd have to like actually like watch that slowly to break it down, but that's interesting
Yeah,
still.
definitely. I think the big things, and I can go back to like the training mode for a second. Like outside of just combos that, you know, I obviously don't know off the top of my head
Please select your
as far as how to like
character.
functionally do them.
Squirrel does not main Makoto. Does not.
Yeah.
No, they main Hibiki.
Where are you? There we go.
Yuki Terumi.
Oh yeah, and then I guess I was using it the entire time, but same thing with the improvement mod. This is the color that I use, which I think will load in on player 2. It does. There we go.
Yeah.
Literally just color picked for my Sona, but I really like how it came together.
No, it's cute.
Oh, it's just drive in the air.
Okay. So the down drive in the air is like more like a slam dunk. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's also fucked up actually.
Yeah, because it
I
moves
think
you
this
forward
one's more
slightly, which I
normal.
think is good.
Oh, that's fucking huge. Okay, that's why.
Hey, what's the show hitbox button? I know you can.
I actually don't remember. Does it say here? Toggle. Oh, that's not what I want.
Whoosh. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, there we go. Dog sitting up.
Oh, holy shit. Yeah, 6A is a really big hitbox. Hi, Poppin. Poppin, did you have fun playing Strive against Rego earlier? I hope you did.
Sorry, my dog's going crazy for a second.
That's okay. You did? Good. Did you teach them that it's fun hitting buttons no matter how you win or how you lose? I hope you did.
This move is also a fucked up one. Obviously, it's super low to the ground, but if anybody's coming at you from the air, that's enormous and fast.
And it's a guaranteed launch, it feels like, no matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to do that. So it was at 6A to down D, and it doesn't like automatically connect. So I guess it was a particular situation that worked.
Holy shit.
What was that? I just did that for me too.
I
That's so
know
funny.
something. It seems like people use this to like move mid combo a lot.
Hmm.
Like I don't know.
Like it's like a walk.
Oh,
What's that one?
well, that's not what I wanted. Quarters or nope. What did I just do?
Oh, you had to yell at El Drago to stop overthinking. He's like, oh my god, he should have predicted. You told him to shut it because he's not gonna know my buttons yet. Just learn your character, you love El Drago. We should have taught them whatever the OD move is that does like the invincible reversal whenever in the corner. We should have taught them that when you're pressuring them just for fun.
But yeah, you can switch back to your screen now. I think those are the big things I see people do a lot. One concept in this game that I think is really cool, and again is another thing that I'm almost surprised isn't in more fighting games, is moves have a property or two different properties to them, either head or foot. So in most games, you do an anti-air, and it's just because it's like usually a pretty jank, enormous hitbox in the air, and like you still have a hurt box on the ground somewhere, but it's kind of hard to reach, and that's kind of what makes it a good anti-air move.
Mm-hmm.
In Blazblue, if a move is head invuln, you just can't hit it at all.
Oh.
Normal attack. So that like thing where you slash in the air, you literally cannot be hurt while you're using it as long as you're in like the active frames for it. If somebody is approaching you from the air, so just call somebody out every time.
So it's literally Guilty Gear Strive because it's my 6P.
Basically, yeah. It's 6P, but it's even more baked into the game's mechanics as like there's no getting around it. And there's the same thing for like foot invuln too, where like there's some moves that like pop off the ground a little bit when they start, and that can actually go over a decent amount of moves.
There we go. I figured that would work. Oh, so Keelding kicked your ass with their main. So Rago can't Copian. He's just got to go. Who does Keelding play? I don't remember. I haven't played a Strive match in a very long time. Oh, I didn't even think about that because the foot hurt box is so big. Maybe like standing C would even connect. It does. Well, the first hit does. Yeah, well, you can't act before you land on the ground, so I feel like you'd have to like spend meter to do there, which wouldn't be worth it.
Yeah, you should just be able to even jump right into it.
Yeah, I definitely can.
Yeah.
So in terms of jumping and super jumping, I feel like I see you do the super jump a lot for the extra height. I imagine that's for your like clone control, and it just helps with that.
Yeah, like obviously for combos, it just depends on the combo, and like my combos tend to need them all the time. And then yeah, for me specifically, I can just be really annoying when I'm high up in the air. So I like being high up in the air. He actually kind of can be too with that move specifically, because you build meters so fast that being able to like shoot down from the air is like it's not like a once around thing. Like you can like build that up and be super annoying with it if you want to be.
Let's see, I know there's a couple command normals. Like I thought what they were doing in the corner was this, and I don't think it is. Where like 3C does the knockdown, so I thought it was like 3C and then they would do the overhead, but I don't think that's correct because it does not connect. Do I have something to block after first hit? Actually don't know where that is. Here we are. There you go. Yeah, I would pick the edgy cloak boy Nardo phase. Look, they're cool. What do you mean? This is sick. This is sick. Oh, I mean, it's even more sick if I like actually do the super. He's cool. I like him. He has like ethereal snakes, which are close to ethereal dragons.
He is really cool.
Yeah, he is cool.
That was honestly one of those things too, where like, so this is the same. You know, if it wasn't too obvious, it's the same character that was like using the grappling hooks earlier, like the whole green snake energy thing.
Yeah.
And it was always kind of one of those things where I was like, I love this character. And
oh, was it that?
What's it called? I love this character, and I wish he was like more normal to play. And then suddenly, like, I forget if it was the most recent game that he came out or the game before where they were like, hey, check it out. He's more normal to play now.
Feels like a stylish belt. I actually do like the belts. I like, what do you call them? The arm wraps. I think the arm wraps are like really neat too. Okay, so that does work. There's a lot of pushback though, so it's not always a good idea to do the crouching.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of pushback.
I wonder if, I'm assuming I can jump into it if I do that.
Ooh, fucked up thing I just noticed. Remember how we were talking earlier about like the cross-up stuff?
Yeah.
Dash over somebody and then do the down drive in the air.
That is fucked up.
Turns around.
That just works. That's so funny. That's so funny. Oh, yeah, it's down. Do I have to like press a different button? Let's see.
It might just be the timing of it. You might have to like wait for the dash to end.
Ooh,
Because I
maybe.
think while you're dashing, it like...
Yes, exactly that. It was waiting for dash to end. That's still fucked up. Oh, Thuntha and Jube's your favorite. Love that cat. Terumi's a really good villain. Jin's whole story's fucking whack. Thuntha just arrives, throwing out opinion after opinion. Hi, Thuntha. Hope we're doing great.
Honestly, the story in these games are like absolutely insane. It's been a long time since I've played them, so I definitely don't think I'm like a lore expert or anything on it.
That does work.
I'd say that's another, like, the two biggest motivating factors I've seen people get into this game. Or I would say the three biggest. One is that it's just another Arc System Works game.
Uh-huh.
So people are like, oh, cool, something slightly different than Strive. Another is that it's affordable, because
True.
fighting games nowadays are very expensive. And I've literally had at least one person come into my streams for this game before and be like, yeah, I bought this game because it was $20 and had one DLC character, as opposed to $60 with another $80 worth of DLC characters.
Well, and like, I don't know if you saw, I was actually kind of annoyed at how Street Fighter 6 prepared for Season 2 with their DLC. Did you see that?
Oh my god, yeah. Where they're like, get ready to buy the game again.
Yeah, and like you literally cannot, as far as I can tell and confirm to the friend, you cannot purchase a single character from the first season. You have to buy it in a pack. And they have like the regular pack, which is the characters, and then they have the expensive pack that is characters plus stages. So you're not allowed to a la carte anything, which I think is very lame. That's hard timing for me. Because I know after you do stompies, right after the kick, that was slow. Right after the kick, you can get them with the chain. You have to go faster. Yeah, right after I kick them. You enjoy these games for the characters? They're all interesting and crazy. We spent like an hour going through a bunch of the different characters. You mean Noelle and Jubei? Is Noelle Gun Girl? I think so. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh. Wonder if I need to. No, I don't need to do the super jump here. And for somebody like me who's new to air combos, I shouldn't add another button. Let's see, when do I press up? Okay. I am, yes. You still use that controller we talked about in the past. Oh, wait, I think that was discontinued, but you use like a pad, right? Oh, you did? That is exactly what my brain was remembering. I'm like, I think it's Sega Genesis, but not. Oh, I'm sorry. I did mute you accidentally, Derek. Fuck.
Oh, no, no worries.
I ruined it. I soiled it. Thank you for saying something, Dio. My brain muted that capture as opposed to the Discord stream that we were on. Frick.
Oh, gotcha.
That was a silly mistake by me. Thank you for saying something. Whenever you hear of SF6 pricing, you think of how it costs $60 for all the TMNT costumes, 15 each. That sucks.
And they're just for your avatar too. They're not even.
Yeah. Well, I'd be happy just to like press some buttons on a character you don't know anything about and just like dick around.
Oh yeah, sure.
So you'll have to guide me, like a parent to a child. I don't know how to play with anybody.
Oh sure, yeah. So I can actually even set up a room. So it's not online lobby, even though that's what you'd assume it would be. It's player match. I will create a room not with that name.
Oh, and I searched for one. I see. So Noel's combos are insanity. They remind you of Uriko in Bloody Roar. Gosh, I've only ever seen Bloody Roar from afar, but I know emulation is at the point where people can do that and play together, which seems like a very fun like night just to like dick around in Bloody Roar.
Oh, okay. So I'm just gonna name a room Caliph because we don't have each other on Steam.
I do not remember. I do not remember if we do.
I don't think we do, and the only way I can do it is like invitation slots. It can't be like a password slot.
Okay.
So I'm gonna hit the button, and then hopefully you join the room.
Okay.
Before somebody else does, and then I don't have to back out.
Search for room. Hi, it's Caliph. I did it.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, so it still
it's
shows
my
me as
room.
Terumi, so that should be correct.
Yep. Very stupid, silly feature is that you can decorate your room in this game.
This is cute.
Not that-
I like this.
Yeah. So we got a little Hibiki plush over here, which only comes in like a little combo here. We got the posters on the wall, and of course we got this guy over here.
Uh-huh. The squirrel representative.
Yep.
Are they a chipmunk? I don't know.
And then yeah, you just mash the button to like ready up.
Please select your character.
Terumi. So like, how did you make it so that, at least when I was doing it in training mode, and I might be wrong, how do you make it so that the mod always shows your custom color? Because like when I choose it, I feel like I have to always set it, question mark?
It's something weird you have to do outside of the game where you basically have to set up a file so it like overwrites it.
I see. So you have to mess with like the .inis or whatever they're called.
It will still like automatically load online and stuff. Oh god, there's a timer. I forgot.
I forgot too, which is why I started choosing. I reset my facial tracking.
I was gonna switch to the fucking squirrel character.
Oh, we can always like back out. It doesn't matter.
We'll just play this one out.
Valkenheim. So Valkenheim I thought was cool because they tee up into a wolf and jump around.
Yes, that is cool.
Dio, have a good night. Ronin Guy. Also, I like how some of their moves tee up their body parts into wolf parts. That's just fun.
Rebel 1. Action.
I don't actually think I know a single one of his moves.
That's good for me. Oh yeah, I forgot about barrier.
Oh yeah, the barrier's interesting.
I'm assuming it's good for like pushback. Oh.
Whoa. Yeah, so it pushes people back. Oh yeah, that's command grab. Pushes people back a bit further, and also you don't take chip damage. And there are also moves that cannot be blocked in the air unless you're using barrier.
Oh, interesting.
I have no idea what I'm doing. This is such an awkward character.
Okay, it's literally my first time fighting anybody online. I don't know what I'm doing. Hot Old Man Werewolf is basically laser targeted to you. Oh, do you like an older man, Cadenza?
Yeah, you can literally. Let's see.
I know they have like multiple dash moves. Yeah. They have like every possible angle, and I know you can't block as the wolf, so you have to be aggressive.
Yeah, it's a weird, cool trade-off. It's just one of those things that makes for like a fun matchup where like if you know to exploit that, it can be like scary when he's wolf because he's the wolf.
Yeah.
But at the same time, what's it called?
Oh, went the other way.
But at the same time, you know that he can't block, so you can be like, oh, let me just throw out big stuff.
Yeah, true.
As long as I do that kind of. Ooh.
It's just like when I played Guilty Gear. Counter, counter, counter. It's too slow.
Ooh.
Oh, I got
no,
it.
You got it.
Astral finish. That was cool.
Those are kind of funny because those are one of those things where like you'd assume that it was showing off because it's like the big flashy finisher move.
Uh-huh.
But honestly, there's like actually no reason not to do it if you can do it because you just win.
Oh.
Like, there's no more questions of like who has what burst or how much health whoever has. Like you just win.
BMO, hi, thank you for raiding. Were you going
Hey,
through
look, one in.
Chicory still? Was it Fortnite? What are you playing tonight?
Oh,
I can neither
Chicory's good. I've been
confirm
playing
nor
for
deny
like
the
it.
allegations of you liking hot old men. Well, maybe I should get a little gray streak in my hair specifically for Cadenza. Is that version 2.0 of my VTuber? Oh, I see what you meant by mashing because it takes multiple hits.
Yeah, it's like a weird like double ready up system.
Please select your character.
All right. I at least know how to do things with this character, even if I don't know any combos. Oh yeah, you've got the music on, right?
I do.
What's a good one? Wait, is this the one I'm thinking of?
Endless Despair,
Yeah,
the
this is a
sequel.
good
The idea of having a sequel to Despair is hilarious to me.
If Endless Despair is so great.
Why not have a sequel? Oh, yeah. Did you ever play Entropy Effect? I heard interesting things about it.
Yeah, I played a little bit of it. It was very weird. It was clearly
Yeah.
them just reusing the assets. It's the short version. And I've never been too much of like a, what's it called? Like a
roguelike?
Yeah, I've never been too much of a roguelike.
Oh, I see.
So I was having a lot of fun with it, all things considered. Because it kind of did, it did a cool thing where, like, on the fly. It did a cool thing where you kind of like got more moves as the like thing went on, and you could kind of like pick and choose what moves you got.
Mm-hmm. That's
It
actually
was
really
just a very
interesting.
smart way to reuse the assets.
It was like one of the more recent Blazblue games, right?
Yeah, it came out of nowhere, honestly, because there hasn't been a new Blazblue fighting game in like a long time.
Kelp is so adorable. It's all the dragon energy that I have. Also, I look really good on the floor with a squirrel girl stepping on me. That also helps my attractiveness.
Round 2. Action.
I didn't think you'd be able to stay in the air that long. Oh, nice. I'm assuming that's a DP to get out.
Yep. Oh, how do I do the cool thing? There we go.
Oh. Oh. Oh, nice. Me mashing? No. Oh, nice.
Oh.
The brrr, punch in my chin. Hi, Ivan. Hi. That was fun. I appreciate any fighting game that makes it very fast to like get back into it.
Yeah, I wish it. Well, actually, wait. I'll remember after this match. I'm pretty sure I can set it so we don't have to always like change our characters and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
Oh, they're almost all sequels.
Oh yeah, so I meant to explain that earlier. So basically, what they did was the first two games was like the original versions of the song, and then in the third game, they out of nowhere decided to have another band come in and do a cover of every single song.
That's actually really funny.
I think it's actually like a pretty well-known like band in the genre too, although I don't remember what their names are.
Oh, Ivan, what did they change about the Twitch app? I haven't used it today. Oh, it has like a gentle stun to it. That's fun. Oh, you had like a resource in the corner for a second. What was that?
Oh yeah, she has like a timing based thing with her punches.
Oh,
like, I don't know
interesting.
how fucking cute that animation was. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh, wow, wow, wow. Whoa, a little slow on my part.
So I
What's
got,
going
like,
on?
two.
That was fascinating. Thank you for sharing. Oh, I see. Oh,
Yeah, that was something resembling
they
a combo.
TikTokified it. It defaults to the loading the first stream on your list automatically. I actually hate that. I am not a fan of this
Oh.
change to the app. You have to scroll through different streams instead of having a list to pick from. That's so sad. Anti-fan of that. Oh, it's like a little Naruto effect. I see.
Okay, I'm remembering a little bit now.
Whoa. Oh, wrong one there.
That was kind of a thing.
Yeah. I'm still getting used to the idea of what the grab combo is, and that's probably because how I set up my hitbox. But since it's B and C, it's like a diagonal press instead of like the up downies. So that was me when I mapped my buttons.
Yeah, it's like fucked up that every fighting game has a different grab button.
It does. It does. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you were gonna maybe change the settings, so I stopped.
Oh, oop, I forgot. So,
So even when you did go to the browsing, you're scrolling down like 20 streams, didn't see Corliss despite following them.
Oh,
I
there
wonder
we
if
go.
by
Matched it.
default they changed the way that it's ordered, because I know you can choose like quote unquote popularity and then I just want it by name, but it's popularity or recommended last I checked. Granted, that's on desktop and not mobile.
yeah, now we should have a replay feature if we want to
Okay.
go back.
Select your character.
I'm very much still what are my buttons guy. But that's fine. That's part of the fun.
All right, so now we get the contrast.
Oh no. It was still recommended, but it should prioritize follows first. I agree,
Oh, this is
absolutely so.
lovely. Lovely stage. I love this one.
Oh, the snowy one?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's your theme. Silent Scream.
Silent
That's why his
Scream.
isn't Silent Scream 2, is because he was new as of the third game.
Oh, okay. In terms of chronological, like what number is this?
4? I
Okay.
believe. Yeah, 4. Which was like kind of like the big end to the story.
You almost have 1,000 matches with Hibiki. That's
Very
fascinating.
close.
Snowtown. I mean, this explains why you know what buttons to press. The difference between 3 and 1,000. That's so cute. That's so adorable.
I love the snowman. And also, as we move, it like kicks up the snow.
I love this. I just want to backdash and kick up snow. Yes!
Some angels
That's
first.
so cute. I love that. That's so cool.
Oh,
Oh, nice. Oh, I definitely thought I was going to teleport. You were right. You were right. You were in my head. That's so funny.
oh yeah, cool. Looks like the mod's doing its thing.
Oh, so are your swords like on a gun trigger, and that's how like you pull them out?
Yeah, I don't completely understand what they were going for with the weapon.
Yeah, it's interesting because it feels like a gun blade, but not. Oh, cool.
Oh, it wasn't.
Oh, I was just like, am I dead? I assume I'm dead. Hibiki looks like a straight up Attack on Titan guest character. This came out before Attack on Titan, right? At least the anime.
I'm honestly not sure. When did that come out? So I was like,
I don't know.
At this point.
Same brain cell. Yeah, is that Aaron from the hit anime Attack on Titan? I guess it has a similar vibe, and I did not think about it.
I'm pretty sure it even has a reference outfit, but I could be wrong. Because
I'm
like a lot of
Googling
characters have like reference, like anime reference skins and stuff.
Attack on
So-
Titan release date. Oh, never mind. It's way older than I thought. 2013.
Yeah, and I want to say that he was just added to this game. So that would have been 2016, I believe.
So Blazblue Cross Central Fiction release date November 2015. So it's 2 years after. So
Oh, wow,
yeah,
2015.
I'm super wrong. Manga is old? Oh shit, manga starts in 2009. I had no clue. Holy gosh. You only recognize the scroll character from the internet. I wiggled my eyebrows for you, don't worry. Just like Aga's emote.
I feel like every time I see Jubei out in the wild, like it's like at least in furry circles, I'm always just kind of like, I wonder how many people even like know what he's from.
Yeah.
It's not exactly the most popular fighting game in the world.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you still played them for 300 matches. That's awesome.
Oh yeah. I played at least a little bit with him on this version, but wife.
The wheel of fate is turning. Rebel 1. Action.
Whoa. Wife, my one weakness. So I'm still understanding like the wake up options. So it feels like there's a rollback. There's like a get up quick.
Yes, there's a rollback, there's a get up quick. So one thing that's actually cool about this game that a lot of other fighting games don't do is you can just hold the C button and you'll wake up immediately. You don't have to mash the button.
I appreciate that. I'm gonna try that out now.
That was very well timed, actually.
I'm glad. I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh yeah, my gear.
I was out of range for the command grab.
Oh fuck.
I don't even know how I did that, honestly. I have no clue. Don't know what the input was. The white guy's very JoJo energy, 5,000%. It's great. I dashed right into that like a fool. I had not tried this this holding C at all, but you know, maybe one time I'll remember.
Yoink.
Oh,
Yoink.
you knew I wouldn't know about that.
Yeah.
That's so funny. Whoop. I don't know what's going on. So much.
I'm not very good at doing the evil things you're supposed to do with that.
Nice. That was good, meaty. Thundy, we have so many games we can play together. You can do Chun-Li and fight me in Street Fighter 6. You have Noelle and Jubei in this game to fight me. I don't know who you play in Strive, but we haven't played any fighting games together, so that'd be fun.
Please select your character.
Oh yeah, this one.
Oh no. I can't wait for lasers everywhere. Now that I know how to count to 4, this character's easy actually. Before I was unaware, but now I know how to count.
Oh, I love this stupid song.
Must die. That's rad.
This is like a nonsense vocal song.
Oh, we love to hear that. Has a fun energy already.
It might be my favorite song in this game.
Rebel 1. Action.
Nice. Oh. I did not know how to capitalize on that. No, stop setting up. Stop it. Ooh, I thought that would hit. Yay!
Yeah.
Is that a mashing emote? Hyper gaming? I didn't see that Punk Bunny emote. That's really cute. Oh, is that like a counter? Is that how that works?
That one's a DP.
Oh, fascinating. A slightly out of range there, sad. Right, here we go. This is what the barrier's for, right? I let go the second you came in. Did not think that would cross up. I was not prepared. Oh, no. Counter emote. Tippy tappy.
Rebel 3. Action.
Ooh, I thought that would hit. Frick.
Oh,
Oh, nice.
oh, didn't mean to super up.
Oh. Nice. Cut my pressing. Oh. Oh, nice. I didn't expect that to cross up. Oh, I thought you thought you was gonna get you unawares. That turning into a sword is actually super cool.
Yeah, that game's story is insane. So this is also Noelle.
Oh, it is?
It's yeah. But if you look at like the roster of characters, like half the time, like a third of them are the same character.
That's great.
There's like 3 versions of your character, like 4 versions of Noelle, 2 or 3 versions of Jin. I don't know.
Well played. This is a good emote. Whose is that? That's a local? Wait, HSWP? I had no idea that was like a global emote. Whoa.
Oh yeah, this guy. I kind of just like his
I can't wait to get
colors.
poisoned. Oh, it's
Oh,
a
you know what?
Hearthstone emote. So the HS makes sense. I never interfaced with Hearthstone or like other CCGs. I mean, I say that, but I did collect Pokemon cards as a kid, but that was more
There
just
it
for
is,
the
I love
thrill.
This stage with Bang's theme song I like a lot. Oh god, what's it called? Oh god, where are you?
Oh, you have 7 seconds. You got this.
Boom.
I think it's fun for me to see like how much time you put into all these characters as we switch between
Oh, yeah.
them.
It's hard not to do like a judgment call, like whenever I face somebody for the first time, where I'm like, all right, you have 3 matches. Is that because you barely played online yet? Is that because you're brand new to the game?
I didn't think to like color the knife like this skin did. I know you can really do anything with that hex editor, which is cool.
I've seen people do cool stuff. Like there's a character that uses ice that like no matter what skin you use, it's just ice.
Mhm.
But somebody used like the custom editor to make it like
Oh,
orange neon ice.
that's great. Oh, nice.
Oh yeah, there is another thing about this kit that I didn't expect.
Oh, yeah.
I can instantly air dash off of them, but I have to like be lined up with it.
Oh, like that was so fast. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was taken aback by how fast that was. Well, oh, I messed it up. Dang it. It's okay.
Oh, nice.
I got that one. Oh, the
Oh,
one
you
out.
went out.
Was that like an explosion you did?
It's a move that I have that can, it has like, I think it's called guard point. Where
Oh.
basically it can like, kind of just like eat certain attacks.
That's fascinating.
Like a weird like super armor kind of thing.
The Ronin guy? Yeah. Are you enjoying the music? The music's really hot.
Yeah, I love this theme song. It's so like heroic and like summery.
Oh. Nice. Oh, nice. I pressed.
Choo.
Distortion finish. I love Sushi Fur's emotes. They're so cute. I love their adorable accent. They always go Keylif, Keylif anytime they talk about me. Oh, that web combo was sick actually. Oh, oh, the slow fall actually caught me off guard. I didn't expect it. I just got an achievement for successfully doing an instant block 10 times, which I didn't think I did. Oh yeah, I messed it up. Oh, the poison? Can it not kill?
I don't think it can kill.
I don't think it can kill. I learned. I think that's probably for the best. It would be a real feels bad moment to poison run away and then the guy dies.
Oh yeah, gosh. It makes me wonder if it's like a lesson they learned the hard way, where there's a game that was totally the case and it was obnoxious.
Not making the furry characters listen. We're having silly, punchy time. You know, I have to do the furry characters right, so it can't be the first one. It has to be like the second one.
You'll be like, I know the game now.
Uh-huh.
Time to get in there.
Oh, I love the lunar rar emote. It's so cute. Rar, 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 rar.
Terumi.
I know the game now. I can kick people with my pausies.
Yeah, rar, rar. Exactly.
You know what? That was a fun one. I'll do another.
Yeah, that was fun.
Ishigami.
I've gone from not knowing the exclamation point was there on the throw to noticing it's there to pressing it late. So we're going very slowly in the correct direction.
This one's a good one.
Black aggression. What does the level mean? The level 1?
It's for the ranked mode, and it basically means nothing.
Yeah,
It's
that
like,
is
have
actually
you
what I
played a
tried to
decent
queue
amount?
into before I just said, okay, I'm just gonna go to the arcade. I assume like it's just lobby-based stuff now.
Yeah. The surprising amount of people still are on the ranked mode, but the lobby-based stuff is usually easier.
Mm-hmm. So is this like there's Discords people are in, and that's like how they find this stuff, or? Whoa.
Honestly,
Nice.
I'm not 100% sure, because for me personally, like I said, I mean, I had just local people that I played with. I happened.
Oh, they went quiet to do a serious combo. I did that low.
Oh.
Yeah. I could tell it was slow as soon as I did the input.
I lucked out and like knew somebody that was in the local scene, and at that point, I had already had some experience like going to local tournaments for other games. So, like, you know, it all connected pretty smoothly for me. But I know that like for my local scene, there's like a dedicated Discord for that. I do not mean to keep doing that in the air.
I didn't think it would hit, so I wasn't prepared. Oh, nice. Oh, get out of here. No. Leave me alone.
Oh, no.
Yes! The run-up grab never fails. Except when it does.
Rebel 2.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Ooh, nice. I could have converted that. Whoa!
Whoa!
Is that a clash? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. On my bones. Nice. So fun fact, Rebel 1 is the exact pronunciation in Japanese for level 1. The use of the word rebel is probably for more plot reasons. It still sounds great.
Yeah, that's Arc System Works doing an Arc System Works for you.
There's too much positivity in chat. Time to bring out the toxic vibes. Wow, you suck. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh, oh. Nice. Ooh. So yeah, is that a natural extension to go from like that attack to the overhead?
Yeah. Whoa.
You can probably like continue from that. Not that I have any idea how. Oh, it worked! Okay, I thought it was too late. Yeah, it does feel really cool to hit a combo. Yeah, it does. It does a shit ton of damage. Oh, I did it! I teched the throw! We did it! We did it, Twitch.tv chat. I teched the throw. Oh, that's worth more than the victory. One bit for teching a throw? Hell yeah. I'm gonna be 100 bit in air at this rate.
Does he have any other? I feel like I didn't end up liking a ton of his outfits. Oh yeah, there we go. He's got a Goku. Rider
Fen,
one.
thank you,
I'll do like a
Fen.
lot of stuff like that.
The wheel of fate is turning. Hi, Kama. Kama, did you ever get into this game? I know you've dabbled in a number of silly anime fighters. Fen, are you doing good? Have you been bullying Silver for me? Because I can't because they're streaming and I'm streaming. I hope you have. You're very good at that. I need to figure out how to have better posture while playing. I think it's I have to pull my mic up higher. I think that's really what it is.
I just recently moved my monitors around because, like, my monitors fit better side by side when, like, my good gaming monitor is on the right-hand side. Mostly just because it's, like, a more flexible monitor. But it was just, like, actually stupid for me to do that.
Yeah.
Like, I always had to, like, crane my body around to play games, which also meant that I was doing that every time I streamed for, like, 6 hours straight. So I eventually caved, and I don't love how my monitors look side by side now, but it's way more comfortable to have my main gaming monitor in front of me.
Ooh, I thought it'd be out of range. You've done your part. I love to hear that. Thank you. That low dash-in is so good. That reminds me of doing that with, like, Kai, whatever that move is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like a silly slide-in. Yeah, yours is even better than that, though.
I think it is very unsafe if you do, like, something fast after.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Nice! You know, an okay amount of Blazblue, not practiced enough. I think I'm on match like 7, so I'm very early.
Honestly, not bad, all things considered.
Thank you. I have like gentle fundamentals. Like I understand how to space and like look for spacing traps and stuff. Am I good at it? No, but I understand the idea.
Like I was saying, like I start a new fighting game, and just the fact that I know how to block probably shoots me up the right way like anything else.
True.
Like, that stuff just actually doesn't matter that much.
Oh, nice.
I like that they have blue flames with this color.
Yeah, it looks really good, actually. I like it. Is that a limited resource, the nails? Like, do you start every match with that much, or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I also, like...
Oh, that was a cool
How
move.
do I do it?
What are you trying to do?
No, that's not it. I'm gonna run out before I figure out what the input is.
This critter is cute. Hi, husband!
Okay, never mind.
That's fine. Gentle Fundamentals is a good nickname for Koralith. I love that, actually. I didn't do it. I thought I hit the input.
Oh, right,
That's
now
okay.
I don't have nails. Oh, God.
This is all part of my plan.
Oh, you...
Oh, I didn't do it. Fuck. That's okay.
I can do this crazy thing where I use all my nails at once, and it throws out like a slowly moving umbrella that they rain down from.
No, I hate that.
I
Don't
can't
wear that
remember
input.
the
That's fine. Gentle Fundamentals. That is cute. Husband, hope you've had a great night. I love you. Akabor, but with the orbs.
Like
you were
cute
just
name for a
wondering if the
fighting game
Umbrella
stream.
Super still exists.
Yeah, I'll just keep playing as him, at least for a little bit.
Okay.
Ooh, this one's a cool one.
Gluttony Fang. So is it like timeline reasons why there are multiple versions of like me, quote unquote, Terumi, and this guy, and who's on the soundtrack and stuff?
Yeah, it's all like
It's a lot.
it's a lot. There's timeline reasons as far as just like different forms like as the games go on. But like also it's a game that has like multiple timelines literally. Like time travel, alternate, you know, timelines of possibilities. It's a very confusing game.
Yeah.
I very often compare it to something like Kingdom Hearts, where like fundamentally it's just a very like good character driven story where you can get lost in like the character struggles and stuff.
Whoop. Yeah.
But as soon as you start trying to pay attention to the background stuff, it's like absolutely insane the way that everything connects together, and is very hard to follow. There is actually a Blazblue anime, and it is very hard to recommend. I have heard of people who like got into Blazblue because they watched the anime and they were like, I want to learn more. But unfortunately, it is a very bad anime at actually explaining anything.
That's what you would want to watch though, to like learn the plot and stuff.
Yeah, so it's almost like you have to like be so into the vibe that the fact that the anime was so confusing didn't like convince you to not watch it or to not play it. Rather.
Oh, okay, I think it's too close to the corner. I think that works. I was actually wondering about that, so I'm happy that I tested it.
Oh yeah.
Yay! It's like if Kingdom Hearts, if most people were enemies rather than friends. I love that
That's a really funny way to
description.
put it.
Rebel 2. Action.
Oh, I thought it'd be in range.
Oh, I keep not doing that specific nail in the air by like on purpose.
I forgot about that one that explodes. Your name's literally like Bang, so I should know that most things will explode. Oh, counter.
Oh god.
I forgot that you could do like your silly little thing.
There are some combos where you have to do that like in the middle of a combo.
Oh, really? I love that, actually.
Like for like a split second.
Enemies are my power, and I'm theirs. Oh, good. I'm pressing. Oh!
Oh, that's not one.
Oh, I messed up my combo. Oh!
Oh yeah, sometimes it has a really long startup animation for actually no reason.
Yeah.
Oh, yours went through and mine didn't.
Yeah. I learned from the training mode that if I hold my overdrive, there's an attack that can come out right after.
Oh, okay. I'll give that a shot after. I was like, I know it's the half circle, but I couldn't remember what direction and what button it was.
I love those wiggle emotes so much, Ivan. They have so much character to them. Oh, so I actually never asked or looked into it. So there's the technical option and the other one. Is that similar to like modern and Street Fighter?
It's worse. It's
Oh, it's worse.
I guess it's kind of similar, but it's basically an auto combo button in a game that was not particularly well built around them.
Do people play fighting games with a numpad? It's more like numpad notation because it's a quick and easy way to translate to others like what direction. Because where you're going to be looking at an opponent from either left or right side, you think of it, oh, if I'm on the left side, then this. So 6 is forward, 4 is back, 8 is up, 2 is down, etc.
Yeah, it's also something that it doesn't have a language barrier to it.
True.
And it doesn't take any weird symbols or anything. Because obviously, like, logically you do what they do, like, in the, the command list, where it's like the little quarter circle icon, but you can't exactly do that everywhere.
Didn't drop it that time. Frick, but I missed that. Oh, I was too low to the ground, so my attack didn't come out. Oh, nice. 'Cause that's almost like an armored move.
Yep.
That's cool. Nice. Okay, I was thinking like that's the better timing. Good. Whoa. I thought that would hit you on your jump in. I thought it was so smart. Oh, that worked. Oh, that was a cool way to approach it. Oh. The what direction are they coming from is exactly what I'm feeling right now.
There it is. Oh, no, you interrupted it.
Oh, you were doing the special? Oh, whoa, I see.
And now I don't have
Fascinating. Oh, it's so funny. We use keyboard. You use WASD for movement and JKLUIO for attack buttons. That's fascinating.
It is actually kind of funny, like that. keyboards honestly aren't a bad idea for fighting games.
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of like am a little too attached to the controller layout. That like I like the idea of like the controller that I have, the Razer controller, where it's like that perfect in between of being a normal controller. But woo, that was cool.
Fully
Being a
Naruto
normal
time, that's not
controller, but still
happening.
having like fighting game niceties.
Oh, nice.
I've like kind of like half joked before that like I feel like my ideal fighting game controller would essentially be a hitbox like in controller form, where the buttons are like like the D-pad is like individual buttons, which is mostly funny because that's a Joy-Con.
Oh, true.
But I am
Umbrella.
not about to start using a Joy-Con for fighting games.
Yeah. That's very funny though. Joshua V, hi, thanks for following. Makes a lot of sense. You would have thought about playing on keyboard is awful. It's not that too different from a hitbox. It's a very similar idea, yeah. I like the hitbox because it feels very ergonomic to my hands. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. You made it before the end. Models, hi. Did you have a good nap? Hope you had a nice nap. You tried to play a cross-tag battle with a Joy-Con. It's awkward. I played a little bit of cross-tag battle with a friend. They taught me about all the Ruby characters because that's what they were into.
The Joshua V is who I was talking about earlier when I happened to bump into somebody at a tournament that I had.
Oh, yeah.
How's it going? I am obviously on this stream today. I'm streaming with a friend of mine who just wanted to invite friends on to talk about stuff that they know a lot about, and this seemed like it made a lot of sense. I had a lot to say about this game. You're obviously just kind of like pretty fighting game adjacent at this point. Did you like? Was fighting games mostly like you have way too many friends that are into it, so you're bound to learn them eventually, or did you play them much on your own time before?
So I think it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, because I had a lot of friends that I knew that were into it, and it's the sort of thing where you know enough people, you know people into everything. Like when I played WoW for a couple months right there, pretty consistently, it's like 40 people out of the woodwork. So like, you play WoW? You play WoW? And it felt the same way when I started with fighting games. It's like, I'll do a little bit of Tekken, and I'm very anxious about it. I'll do a little bit of Street Fighter. I'm very anxious about it. But then like Strive came out, it's like, oh, well, everybody is on like an equal playing field, quote unquote, if they're all beginners. So it's a perfect reason to like get into it right now. So it's a great excuse for me, and I purchased the video game for a lot of people because like, why not? And I enjoyed that a lot, and that sort of like is what really started for me. Whoa. Whoa. I see how, I have even more respect for you as a streamer, Derek, because you can talk while doing all these silly combos.
When I'm playing as Hibiki, I can get into enough of a flow state with it that I'm like, okay, time to look at chat.
That's great. Whoa. I'm learning like the distance at what some things don't connect, which is good. You've never been a big fight gamer. It's understandable. Like, I feel like unless you have friends into it, like what we were saying, it's hard to get drawn in. But like getting over the initial anxiety and falling into like the rhythm of, oh, learning is fun is really good. Oh.
Oh, fuck.
Oh. 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 No. I deserve this. I deserve this. That was good pressure, like dashing back and then zooming on in.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I actually don't even think I mentioned it. He had, you know how I was saying earlier that every character has, like, like the double jump or the jump and the air dash. He has one more of those.
Oh, this
So
makes sense for like a cool ninja.
Yeah, exactly.
You had a fun time taking it not too seriously, but that Discord kind of disappeared. Yeah, I was not good at like staying on top of those things. I spread myself a little bit too thin. You're a huge fan of DBZ. You want a place where you felt like you were fighting like that. Blazblue ended up being your home. That's adorable.
Honestly, yeah, that's totally fair. It is really funny that Blazblue of all things is what I fell into, mostly because I've just like never been that much of an anime person. Not that I dislike it by any means, but like I don't know, I'm bad at watching shows in general, and like the anime aesthetic wasn't something that ever like hardcore clicked with me like it does for some people.
I like the idea of it's also fun and fast and cool. Like,
Yeah.
even though I'm essentially losing over and over, it's just like, oh, Lamau, that was so neat. Did you see that? There's an umbrella full of nails. Like, how can you not have a good time? Oh, Budokai 3 a lot in your child? The classic,
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna go over to my friend's house, Mom. I'm gonna sleep over. We're gonna have a great night. That's what I think of when I think of Budokai 3.
I still never got around to trying Fighter Z. You
I
know what I
haven't
actually
either.
what I wanted to play that was like similar but different is like as far as like kind of like the Arc System Works auto combo games. Is I'm really curious about trying Persona 4 Arena at some point.
I have tried that very briefly. It was a lot of fun. I blocked it this time. No, not that one.
Ah, shit.
Oh. Oh. Oh, it's a command grab. I should have known. I should have known.
That's definitely one of my knowledge checks, where once you know how to deal with that,
Dang.
don't.
You get a bit of anxiety about one-on-one sessions. You want to make sure you're not wasting somebody's time. I think that's understandable, like from an anxiety perspective. I haven't done too many like one-on-one fighting sessions. It's normally like in a Discord, like some sort of group thing is happening. Oh, I jumped.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh. Counter. Oh. Oh, it's super neat how like vacuums you back in afterwards. Oh, that's just sick. Nice. Oh. Here I suffer. Here I suffer. I should have been waiting for the exclamation point, but I was not.
Honestly, it's kind of crazy that I threw the grab in there and that it wasn't like purple grab is what it's called when you like try to grab somebody very shortly after an attack, so it makes the window way wider.
Hey, you still got the green in there.
But I still got the green one.
The wedding colors? Yeah, it was a good setup.
Yeah, I love those colors. They used to have a color that was like the identical colors, basically to what my Sona is, with like a white cape. But they took it out eventually. Like they'd switch the colors up between games for some reason.
I think you bring up a good point, Kama. I think maybe I should try and do more one-on-one stuff because I think that'd be a fun way to have just like a longer set. Like, I really do enjoy the, oh my god, it's just like a pop in, pop out. There's like the Strive lobbies where people are just waiting in line. Whoever loses gets kicked out, like that style thing. I do enjoy that, but like you don't get much practice with a single person.
What was I gonna say? So I will probably do a handful more matches. Because,
Yeah, I know it's late.
It's like mostly I should make dinner. I'm not too exhausted from playing, but I should probably eat food.
You should eat food. I mean, we did spend 2 hours just chatting. So. Well, I guess 3 because the third hour was just like you explaining the video game.
That's true.
Oh, when you do a long set with one person, you get really into each other's heads. That's so true. That's where it gets really fun, IMO. The hidden feeling.
Yeah, no, that's a lot of how I learned this game. Is that I just did that with my roommate, and like we would just he would just beat me up for like a long time, and then eventually I think we even made a joke, like we called it something like you're getting into like the roommate tech.
Yeah.
Where like stupid
nice.
situations that only make sense because you played together for like 8,000 matches.
Oh, nice. The roommate meta. People of all levels appreciate one-on-one sessions when you're trying to be constructive. Fun is constructive. Learning is fun. Oh, nice knowledge check. You even talked about it. Good night, Ako. pressed it too late. Oh, nice! I didn't know how to extend that. Nice.
Ah, shit.
Oh. Nice. Oh, I pressed. I wasn't fast enough. I appreciate that style of tutorial learning where every time I ran up and pressed to try to do a meaty, you DP'd me, but I did not respect it. I thought about it, but I didn't respect it. Discorded, who was in chat earlier, was very, very good about that with Guilty Gear Strive and like SF6 when I played with them. Because they are like, oh, well, I know all this complicated stuff, but I'm going to just do the same thing over and over to either make it fun or to teach you something, whichever happens.
Honestly, Hibiki's stage is like one of my least favorite in the game. It's this one.
The sky ship.
Cool on paper, but I don't really like the colors of it that much.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to call this one the last one then? I don't want to keep you from food for too long.
Yeah. We'll do one more after this, and I'll let you pick the character.
Okay. That you play?
Yeah.
Okay. See? Yeah, Discord remembers. When in doubt, Megafisto from Potemkin. Oh, I thought I could catch your toesy there. Oh, nice. Oh, the horizontalies.
Nice.
I know my very simple combo when I will use it.
I mean, it does a lot of damage. It's
It
like
actually does, yeah. Oh, nice. I should have expected that.
Oh, shit. I messed up.
Oh. Nice. Finish.
One thing that I really like about my character, too, is all my B moves I can hit twice. So I can basically just flail around and constantly have hitboxes out.
That's super fun. I like that for you.
Yeah, they also like automatically turn around, too. So if I happen to like sneak underneath you, it'll automatically face you for the next hit.
Oh, nice.
See how I'm just going like
Mm-hmm.
That was fun.
I got blended twice from the same move. Oh. Oh.
What?
Oh, nice.
That's actually something I didn't even talk about earlier, because honestly, it's not great a lot of the time. But kind of like how I can do the command
nice.
grab in the air, I can do a counter in the air.
Nice. That was great.
It's mostly super risky because it does the same thing like when I land on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like super wide open after, and it counts as a counter hit, which means your combos can be longer
Oh.
and more dangerous. And it goes away like the millisecond that I hit the ground, so it can be pretty easy to like just avoid.
Who's a character
wait,
I know
shit, I already
literally
locked
nothing about? You didn't talk about them. You should play Co-Kora.
I will do that, except I'm a dummy and I locked into this character, so
Can we back out then?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, B does not do it. I guess I'm here now.
Yuki Hirumi.
The wheel of fate is already turning. You can't turn it back. That's true. I do love how like just quick a fighting game match is. Like if it's bad, it's over quickly. If it's great, you get that high burst. I like it.
I think that was another thing with me with like I kind of going back to what I was saying earlier, where I was like seeing my friends play League like wasn't even fun because it didn't even look like they were having a good time.
Yeah, and it's like 45 minutes for a single match. Like you're not gonna have a fun time.
I like that with fighting games. You could just have like an hour before work and be like, fuck it.
Yeah. Whoa. Oh, nice. I didn't expect it in the corner. I don't know why.
I think that's something I've done to throw people off with it before, where it's like, why would I put myself in the corner?
Yeah. I mean, it's true. That was my first thought. Is like, that's not gonna happen. Oh, I thought that worked. Whoa. That attack just looks so visceral, where like you stick the sword deep inside of them.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Nice. I was like, oh, if I burst him in the corner, I'll have at least something to go with. Alucard Girl is a beast. I don't know anything about them.
Oh, she is like the premier like set play character,
Mm-hmm.
and her drive isn't an attack. It's depending on which direction you press. You press the drive button, and it blows wind around,
Oh, really?
which blows both the characters and the projectiles. So like, you'll do a comp, like your move will look pretty like crummy on its own,
Mm-hmm.
and then you'll do a combo where like you'll like blow yourself up super high in the air, and then suddenly that move does like a totally different crazy thing.
That's fascinating.
And you can like angle your projectiles differently depending on like what you do with the wind. It's like super weird, cool. I like this one.
Time to learn anything about your characters. 0 matches. You see it right
Yeah.
there.
I know what he does. I know he's a charge character.
You know, I didn't even think that there'd be charge characters here. I don't know why.
It's a weird game for it.
Yeah, because it's so frantic. It's like, where's your time to charge? Probably during moves. Oh,
Oh my god, he's so slow.
I mean, you're used to like very fast. Whoa.
I know that I can. Is it my drive? Oh.
Nice. Oh,
there we
that's
go.
fun. Is that a counter?
Yeah. Or it's either a counter or command grab or both.
Oh, I finally landed that. Good. I don't think it's as good as the other combo, but it was still fun to hit.
Well, I flash kicked.
That makes sense that you have a flash kick. Is it Eunice where it's just like, how do you approach a girl who's like holding back and down left and has an invincible flash kick?
Yep.
You think he might be the only charge character? That's fascinating. Oh, were you charging in the air right there? Oh. You saw on
that was
YouTube as a fighting game character the plus unblocked flash kick? I don't want to play that game.
You know what I think about sometimes? Have you ever heard of the, what's it called? The 3DS version of Street Fighter 4?
No.
So there's a 3DS version of Street Fighter 4, which is like pretty unremarkable on its own. But the thing that makes it really funny is that there's single touch button specials that you can use,
I love that.
which is stupid on its own, but it also applies to things like Guile's flash kick. So you just have a one button flash kick, and it just makes him an absolutely stupid character. Oh, she came back.
Walking sonic booms Lamau. Oh, so you
Yeah,
throw
it's-
her up in the air and then you catch her? I love that.
Yeah. Alrighty,
We did it.
we did it.
Oh, we
That was a
learned
lot of fun.
so much. We learned so much about Blazblue. Oh. Well, thank you, Derek, for coming to join me. I had a great silly time. Sorry for
Yeah.
literally starving you. You know,
It's
not a
okay.
great friend thing to do, but otherwise, I had a fun time. Hope you had a fun time. Hope chat
Yeah.
had a good time.
I would definitely be down to whether it's you know, playing this game outside of this, playing this game with something like this again, or even doing this with like something else, like, you know, another game that I could ramble on about similarly.
Heck yeah, good stream. All good except for the starving thing. It was fun watching you guys. Yeah, it was fun just hitting buttons. It's always a good time. Like
Yeah.
all I did with Terumi like
Oh,
over the
somebody
past
else
week.
joined my room. That's fine.
Oh, they did? All I did with Terumi before was just like, I went through 8 different combo trials. This is enough to have a good time. And it was. It was.
Yeah. I mean, that, like I said, that goes a long way. And you had the fundamentals there. So those are pretty real matches, all things considered.
I'm going to raid my friend Lupin Sheep here. And while I do,
nice.
let's see, I'm going to shout out DerekSquirreltail. You can also see their name in my title. So definitely go follow them, say hi. They're very sweet, they're very fun. I like the comfy, cozy atmosphere. I like the landfill media following. You were a great chat member. Thanks for stream. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't always play fighting games. It's something that I like to spice in though, and I'm just kind of like, you know, I've played whatever for long enough, or maybe I'm playing a long game. Let's mix it up with a fighting game night. But yeah, I like to keep things cozy. I just like showing people games that I like.
Yeah.
So.
See, that's why you were a perfect person to bring on for my first Co-Kora stream of oh, hey, let's just talk about something you're passionate about. Oh, I can talk about that for 3 hours before I even play, which is what happened.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go eat.
Yeah, go eat. Go eat. Thanks for being here. Have a great night.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll talk to you later.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye.
That was fun, chat. I had a great time. See you guys. Have a good night. Have a good night. Let's go say hi to Lupin. I don't have a raid message plan. I normally don't. I was gonna say Rarar Tilda. Well, actually, Rarar Soleil. That's what I like doing. Have a good night. I love you. I'm gonna go kiss and cuddle my husband because he's beautiful and he's sad and alone and cold without me. I have to go warm him up. And bye 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 bye.